The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Ways and Means adjourn debate on question.
Now. The question is as on the order paper. I now call Secretary of State the Secretary of State, Liz Kendall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The first budget, the first Labour budget in 14 years. The first ever budget delivered by a woman Chancellor. Shows the difference this Labour government is already making. Fixing the foundations of the public finances to bring the stability our economy needs. Putting more money into people's pockets after the worst Parliament for living standards on record. Beginning to turn the corner on our vital public services with more appointments in the NHS and more teachers in our schools, and making the long-term investments our country needs in infrastructure and skills to grow our economy and seize the jobs and opportunities of the future. And in the Department for Work and Pensions, the message from this budget is clear. We will tackle the unacceptable levels of fraud we've inherited in the system, because every pound of taxpayers' money must be wisely spent and go to those who need help most. We will drive up opportunity in every corner of the country with our plan to get Britain working, because this Labour government believes work is the key to building a better life and to growing our economy. And we have made a start on driving down poverty too, because unlike members opposite, we know children cannot fulfil their potential without food in their bellies or a roof over their heads, and our country can't fulfil its potential when the talents of so many bright young children and young people are being denied. Madam Deputy Speaker, getting a grip of the public finances is the first step in delivering all these changes, because without strong foundations, you can't deliver a thriving economy, decent public services, or sustainable increases in living standards for families or for pensioners. Now, we did not choose to inherit the mess we found in the public finances or our public services, but we have chosen to level with the public about the scale of these challenges and how we intend to deal with them. Now, members opposite still haven't faced up to their responsibility for the state they left the country in. A £22 billion black hole in the public finances this year, with billions of pounds overspent on a failing asylum and hotel system. New hospitals, roads and train stations announced without the money to pay for them. Vital compensation schemes for infected blood and the Horizon scandal without the funds to deliver. And the country's reserves spent 3 times over. And that is before we even get to the state of our public services. Millions of patients left waiting for NHS treatment, often in agony and pain. Victims left waiting months, even years, for justice in our courts. Our prisons overflowing, our schools literally crumbling. As my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, has said, this could have been a budget where we looked at the state of the country but ducked the difficult decisions, tried to kid the voters, paper over the cracks, and then hope something better somehow comes along. But we chose not to do this, because that is precisely the approach that got us into this mess in the first place. And because in politics, as in life, you don't deal with the problem by ignoring it, ducking it, or pandering to it. You deal with problems by facing them head-on. So we have chosen to get the public finances back on track, to protect the payslips of working people, to start turning the corner on our public services, and to invest in the long-term infrastructure our country needs. And in order to deliver this, we have made tax changes, which are never easy to do, and asked some businesses and wealthier people to pay some more. But hand in hand with this balanced approach, the Chancellor has also set out tough new productivity, efficiency and savings targets of 2% this year for every single department. Because under this Labour government, investment in our public services will always go hand in hand with reform. Because we cannot keep spending taxpayers' money on the same problems without changing the way we tackle them. And because public expectations and developments in AI and new technologies are transforming the way people interact in many other aspects of their lives, and the public sector must respond to these changes too. Madam Deputy Speaker, the need for reform in our system of employment support and social security is urgent and it is real. And I want to spell out clearly and honestly to the House the facts of the legacy of failure the previous government left. £35 billion of taxpayers' money lost to fraud and error since the pandemic, now standing at £10 billion a year. Our employment rate still not back to pre-pandemic levels, making us unique in the G7 group of wealthy countries, and not in a good way. Near record levels of people trapped out of work due to long-term sickness, a staggering 2.8 million people, with rates far higher in some parts of the country, in the Midlands and the North. 420,000 more households predicted to claim universal credit health benefits over the next 5 years, increasing from a third to a half of all universal credit claims. That's the legacy of the party opposite. And one in eight of all our young people not in education, employment or training, with all of the terrible long-term consequences we know this brings. And it is not just the economic cost of this failure that is unacceptable. With a predicted £26 billion increase in sickness and disability benefits over the next 5 years. It is above all, Madam Deputy Speaker, the human cost to individuals and communities when millions of people are denied the opportunity to work and earn a decent standard of living, to make connections, to get skills, to build chances for a better life with all of the benefits this brings. We do not accept this as the future for our country or our fellow citizens. Instead, we choose a different path. This starts, Madam Deputy Speaker, with our determination to deliver value for money for every pound of taxpayers' money. So we will bring forward a new plan to drive down fraud and error in the welfare system. Our new fraud, error and debt bill will update the DWP's powers for the first time in 20 years, so we can keep up with the new ways fraudsters are using to take public money, including organised criminal gangs. And so our powers are brought into line with other public bodies like HMRC. We'll use technology to alert us to people trying to scam the system and to prevent errors happening in the first place. We'll recruit 3,000 more staff to crack down on fraudsters with a focus on serious case reviews, and we will bring in new powers to recover debt, all with independent oversight and a guarantee that a human being will always take the final decision in any fraud case, to give everyone confidence in the system, something members opposite utterly fail to do. I will, of course, give way to the honourable member for Strangford.
Minister, many of us understand the need to have a more focused fraud law, and it's very important. But I have to say, the people who I represent, every other week, people come along to me and say, "Look, Jim, I've been overpaid for my ESA, for my PIPs, for my DLA, whatever it may be," and they find themselves in incredibly difficult positions. Not through because they're trying to fraud anybody or take money away from anyone. It's just a simple issue. They've got it wrong. So, Minister, can I ask you, what will be done to protect those people? It's really important. If we're going to have a new fraud, let's make sure we protect the innocent people who make a mistake.
Absolutely agree with the honourable gentleman, and the technology we will put in place will be precisely so we not only drive down fraud, but the errors in the system too. He will know, and I will come on to this in a moment, we're trialling a new system, for example, for carers, to text them if they are about to go over their allowance, so that we don't have that scandalous overpayment that caused such a problem under the previous government. And the second major reform that we will bring in, Madam Deputy Speaker, is our plan to get Britain working again. Our white paper, which will be published in the coming weeks, will bring forward the biggest reforms to employment support in a generation, backed by an additional £240 million of investment. This will help us meet our ambition of an 80% employment rate, and to turn what is in reality a department for welfare into a genuine department for work. First, we will create a new jobs and careers service, overhauling our job centres so they no longer focus predominantly on monitoring and assessing benefits, but are a genuine employment service, working with employers, colleges, public services and local leaders to help people get work and get on in work. Second, we will devolve powers to mayors and local areas to join up the fragmented patchwork system of employment, skills and, crucially, health support to drive down economic inactivity and drive up employment, boosting jobs and growth in every corner of the country, because the man or even woman in Whitehall doesn't know what's best in Leicester, Liverpool or Leeds. And last but by no means least, we will bring forward our new youth guarantee, so every young person is earning or learning. No ifs, no buts, because we do not accept a generation of young people without the skills or jobs they need to succeed, and we will never write off young people before they have even begun. And Madam Deputy Speaker, our determination to help people get work and keep work does not stop there. I know only too well from my constituents and from my friends how often women in their 50s and beyond are now caring for elderly and disabled relatives, but also wanting to work at the same time. So I am very proud that we are giving family carers the biggest ever boost to the amounts they can earn while still receiving carers' allowance. This will allow them to increase their hours to the equivalent of 16 hours at the national living wage so they can work and balance family life. This comes on top of the independent review into the scandalous overpayment of carers' allowance that I have already announced, led by the former Chief Executive of Disability Rights UK, Liz Sayce, to make sure we learn the lessons from what happened and so it never happens again. And as a lifelong champion of family carers, I'm very proud that we've made that announcement. Madam Deputy Speaker, our plan to get Britain working is crucial to driving up opportunity and driving down poverty, a key priority of this Labour government. Now, the fact that over 4 million children are now growing up poor, with more than 800,000 living in households forced to rely on food banks, I believe is a stain on our society. Yeah. My right honourable friend, the Education Secretary, and I have already set out the framework for our bold, ambitious, cross-government strategy to tackle child poverty, the results of which we will publish in the spring. But we will not wait to act, particularly for those facing the deepest poverty. So we have extended the Household Support Fund and discretionary housing payments with an additional £1 billion this year, so local authorities can help families and pensioners in the greatest hardship. And we have introduced our new fair repayment rate that caps the level of debt repayments that can be taken from universal credit, putting £420 a year on average into the pockets of 1.2 million of the poorest households, lifting thousands of children and families out of poverty. When I was chair of Feeding Leicester, food banks told me debt driven by universal credit deductions was one of the biggest reasons why people had to go to food banks, which is why I know this is such an important change to make. And to finish, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are also substantially increasing the incomes of pensioners who have worked hard all their lives and deserve security in retirement. Our commitment to the pensions triple lock throughout this Parliament means spending on the state pension is forecast to rise by over £31 billion. This includes a rise in the new state pension of over £470 from next April. And unlike the previous government, who left over 800,000 pensioners missing out on the pension credit they're entitled to, we are delivering the biggest ever drive to increase uptake. For the first time ever, we're contacting 120,000 people on housing benefit who may be eligible for pension credit. And to guarantee even greater uptake, we will merge pension credit and housing benefit for new claimants from 2026, something members opposite first promised in 2011 and never, ever delivered. That is the difference a Labour government makes. There is still much more to do, but this budget starts to turn the corner, fixing the foundations of our economy and public services, driving up opportunity and driving down poverty in every corner of the land, honest about the challenges we face, optimistic about the opportunities ahead, a real plan for real change, and I commend this budget to the House.
Opposition spokesperson Mel Stride.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the party opposite the government in the last election said that they would be ushering in a new form of politics, one based upon transparency and integrity. And when they were pressed, particularly by the party opposite, as to what they would be doing by way of tax rises, they ruled out a large number of taxes. And one of those, Madam Deputy Speaker, was, of course, national insurance. In fact, in their manifesto, they were quite explicit. And I quote from it, "We will not increase national insurance, full stop." That is what their manifesto said. And yet, just some short weeks later in this budget, what has happened? We have seen employers' national insurance raised. A direct contravention, breach of their manifesto. Don't take my word for it, Madam Deputy Speaker. Paul Johnson, the head of the IFS, has made exactly that comment. And of course, the government have since hidden behind their alibi at the scene of this crime, that somehow the measure they have taken in respect of putting up national insurance for employers is in some way not going to have any impact on working people. That is simply untrue. In fact, I will give way in a moment to my right honourable friend, a sensible man to give way to. The Chief Secretary to the Treasury on Sky Television within the last few days admitted that putting up national insurance for employers will directly impact working people, and of course it will. The OBR lays it out in black and white, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over 50,000 fewer jobs as a consequence. It says, the OBR, that about 70% or thereabouts of the cost of this increase in taxation will be borne ultimately by those who are working through lower wages. Are these people not working people, Madam Deputy Speaker? And the Right Honourable Lady opposite refers to her youth guarantee and the importance of youth. I raised with her the issue, the simple observation that under us youth unemployment fell by over 40%. Under the last Labour government it went up by over 40%. That is how successful that party opposite is. And in terms of young people, of course, the increase in national insurance, because it wasn't just the rate that was increased but also the threshold, is going to disproportionately impact those on lower wages, and that will be the youngest people within the workforce. And to my right honourable friend, I have pleasure in giving way.
May I warmly congratulate the new Shadow Chancellor on his appointment, which is absolutely richly deserved given his tremendous work in his previous job as the Secretary of State and getting people back into work. The Secretary of State, in opening this debate, said that she was only attacking wealthy people. And my honourable friend talks about working people. Will he emphasise that this party stands foursquare behind working farmers, people with only 250 acres who just want to pass their business to their son and are being cruelly attacked by this government?
My right honourable friend is absolutely right. Another broken promise. In the general election, the then Shadow Secretary of State for DEFRA, now the Secretary of State, gave an unequivocal guarantee to farmers up and down the country that there would be no question of farms being brought into inheritance tax. And there was a good reason why there are exemptions and reliefs on inheritance tax, because if you sell your farm as a family farm and if you pass it down to another generation, if you have inheritance tax, then you're going to have to sell some of it off. You're going to have to break it up in order to afford the tax which is levied. And what does that particular measure, and I'm glad my right honourable friend has raised it, actually raise? The OBR says that by 2030 it will raise the princely sum of £520 million. That is enough to run the National Health Service for about one day, just one day. Was there ever a more modest sum that raised so much misery? I think not. The Right Honourable Lady, the Chancellor, also said, of course, that she would not fiddle the figures, she would not change the fiscal targets. And yet what has happened? We have seen the fiscal targets change such that this government has been able to borrow tens of billions of pounds additional to that which would otherwise have been possible. £140 billion in total. The Right Honourable Lady, right at the end of her speech, not a good time to raise pensioners, I might suggest, raised pensioners. Pensioners who were so badly let down when it came to the means testing of the winter fuel payment, who were not told in advance to expect anything like it. 10 million pensioners up and down our country losing up to £300 as a consequence of those measures. And the party opposite will say it is just the wealthiest, just the millionaires who are going to be affected. Well, it's not. 2/3 of those pensioners who are below the poverty line will have this benefit removed. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
The new Shadow Chancellor for giving way. I could be wrong, but wasn't the honourable gentleman the Secretary of State that took through the legislation to suspend the triple lock, the one and only time it has been suspended, costing pensioners £500 a year every year since he took that legislation through? Was that him or not?
What this, on this side of the House we did, was to fight for the triple lock plus in our manifesto, which would have meant that millions of pensioners who now, under the arrangements of the party opposite, will be dragged into income tax, many for the first time, would have been spared that. And as he well knows, there were particular circumstances around the surge of inflation, which went over 11% in October 2020. 2022. So what are the broad effects, Madam Deputy Speaker, of this budget? The tax burden will rise to the highest level in the history of our country, higher than in 1948 when we first started to collect the data. We will be borrowing a staggering £140 billion over the next 5 years. And what are the consequences of this, Madam Deputy Speaker, apart from passing on debt to future generations, of course, who will have to pay it by way of higher taxation in the future? It is the crowding out of private business investment, something that this government is saying that it is so eager to drive upward. If you look at the OBR's forecast from the spring budget last year and you look at inflation in every single year under this budget, it is higher in every single year. Why? Because there's been a huge fiscal splurge. There has been a huge fiscal splurge, particularly in the first 2 years of the forecast, that will require a monetary response. That means interest rates will stay higher for longer. The OBR estimates that for mortgages that could mean an extra 0.25% on a mortgage, over £400 extra for the average family up and down this country. We are going to see, according to the OBR's forecasts, stagnating wages. Real household disposable income lower across the period than was the case in the spring forecast when this party, our party, was in government. And the Right Honourable Lady raises living standards, and I'm surprised that she did. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation, stating that they estimate that by October 2029, the average family will be £770 in real terms worse off than they are today. And regarding poverty, I'm surprised she raised poverty. When we were in government, we faced so many lectures from the party opposite whilst we were bringing poverty down. The number of pensioners, I will give way to the Right Honourable Lady momentarily. The number of pensioners in absolute poverty fell by 200,000 under our government. The number of children that the lady from a sedentary position asks fell by 100,000 in total. I will come to the record of this government in a moment, but first I give way to the Right Honourable Lady.
Figures from the department that he used to be responsible for clearly say 700,000 more children are now living in relative poverty after housing costs. Does he accept that, yes or no?
The Right Honourable Lady knows full well that the measure of poverty that is accepted as the key measure is absolute poverty after housing costs, and she cannot flip between one measure and another just when it suits her. The reality is that the projections for poverty as a consequence of this budget and the measures within it is 100,000 more children in poverty as a consequence, and 300,000 more adults in poverty as a consequence of the measures in this budget. How can I finally resist the Right Honourable gentleman who is just itching to make some point about integrity? The floor is yours.
But I thank the Shadow Chancellor for giving way. He mentions integrity and he's talking about poverty. Many disabled people live in poverty. He told, and his Permanent Secretary when he was Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, this House, that there would be no investigation into the Department for Work and Pensions for unlawful treatment of disabled people. Does he owe this House, or does he owe disabled people an apology?
Yeah. I stand by our record when I was Secretary of State at the Department of Work and Pensions, particularly in terms of those disabled and the support that we gave to them as a department, and not least the encouragement and the results that we achieved in terms of disabled people and helping them into work, which is the very best outcome that is possible. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, of course, when there has been the perpetration of such a deceit, there has to come the alibi, the smokescreen. And that, of course, is this fictitious, confected black hole of £22 billion. The party opposite rubbed their hands in glee. The party opposite rubbed their hands in glee when the OBR said that they would be looking into this matter. And, of course, they reported back on the day of the budget itself. And what did they find? What they found was that they were, quote, not able to legitimise that black hole of £22 billion. Not able to legitimise that black hole. They came up with a figure, an in-year fiscal pressure, which was something below half of that £22 billion. They made the observation that, of course, had that been something they were focused on at the time of the spring budget, conversations would have been held, and it's quite conceivable that number would have been smaller still. And what we also know as a government is it is quite normal, year in, year out, to manage year-in-year fiscal pressures, to net off the underspends against the overspends. That is quite normal practice. The reality is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this black hole is a dead parrot. It has ceased to be. If it wasn't nailed to its perch, it would be pushing up the daisies. Far from being just shagged out after a prolonged squawk, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is dead. The black hole is an ex-parrot. And somebody was seeking to intervene. I'm happy to take an intervention from the Honourable Gentleman.
I'm grateful to the Shadow Chancellor for giving way. Based on this performance, everyone on this side of the House heartily welcomes his promotion. Does he accept that the OBR said in that letter that the Right Honourable Gentleman mentions, said that their forecast would have been materially different?
Well, I have just explained exactly what the OBR have said, and they have said that they do not legitimise the black hole 22 billion, which has been repeated yet again from the government front bench. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the opportunities that were missed in this budget, not least around driving up productivity. We know that Labour governments spend money. We know that Labour governments tax people a lot. That's what they do. But what they don't do is spend the money with any strings attached. So 14% pay rise for the railway drivers, 22% for junior doctors, not one suggestion that there might be improvements in productivity to accompanying that spending. Unlike this party, when we were in office, who under my right honourable friend, the member for Godalming and Ash, had a very clear plan for the National Health Service, fully funded, a long-term workforce plan to drive up productivity. And let me come to the issue of welfare. It is gratifying, Madam Deputy Speaker, to hear the Right Honourable Lady, the Secretary of State, confirm that the party opposite is going ahead with some of the more important reforms that we brought forward, such as that to the work capability assessment. Well, the Honourable Lady shakes her head on the front bench, but my understanding is that whilst the party may be saying that they will be making some changes, you're quite happy to take the savings that are baked in to the OPR scorecard. And as to the clamping down on fraud, the Right Honourable Lady is right, of course, to do that. But it's very important that she doesn't misrepresent the fact that the approach she is taking is exactly the same as the approach that we were bringing forward in order to clamp down on fraud. The reality is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that some of the budgets within DWP are growing to an extent that they need to be arrested in terms of having a successful economy. We know that if you took all those of adult working age who had a health or disability component to their benefit, and we were able to hold the number for the next 5 years at the level it is now, that would be a saving of about £14 billion. If we were able to get it back to where it was before the pandemic, over £30 billion will be saved. That was an issue that this party, when in government, had a clear plan to begin to address. We have heard nothing from the government as to how they will tackle that fundamental fact. In fact, what we have heard from the government when it comes to welfare expenditure is the announcement of the welfare cap. It is set at 5% at the end of the scorecard, above the forecast that the OBR is making on the spending on those particular benefits. That is not a restraint. That is a permission, an invitation to spend ever more on welfare without hitting that cap. Madam Deputy Speaker, they have no plan and the taxpayer will continue to pay for it. So what do we have to show for this budget? Compared to the spring, lower growth, lower living standards, lower wages, higher taxes, higher borrowing and increased interest rates and mortgages. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will conclude. This is a budget of broken promises. And when the dust is finally settled and this lot has gone, as you step over the fallen, the former farmers, the pensioners, the one-time business people, the poor and the vulnerable, there you will find the shattered remains of the working people of this country, betrayed by a party that lied to them, and they will never forget it.
Members will have observed just how many people want to speak in this debate, but following the completion of all front bench speeches, I will be imposing an immediate 6-minute time limit for a start. I call Gill Furniss.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Back in July, Britain voted to turn the corner on 14 years of failure at the hands of the party opposite. 14 years of unfunded tax cuts for the wealthiest. 14 years of austerity that left working people to pick up the bill. 14 years of our public services crumbling. This budget is a breath of fresh air that delivers in what people voted for. 1.4 billion to rebuild schools, 30 million for breakfast clubs and an extra 2 million NHS appointments. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to speak today about an issue very close to my heart: further education. Before entering Parliament, I worked in further education and saw firsthand the transformational impact it can have. I have seen adults of all ages, some of whom have struggled with even basic literacy and numeracy, make major strides forward and go on to university and high-quality jobs. A thriving FE sector is also vital to meet the challenges of the future. Decarbonisation and new technologies like AI are already revolutionising our workforce, and the CBI has found that 9 in 10 people will need to reskill this decade alone. We are in the midst of a skills shortage, with business struggling to fill highly skilled positions and instead recruiting from abroad. These are no longer the skills of the future, they are skills of today, but we already have the infrastructure ready to go to meet this challenge. Hundreds of colleges filled with thousands of experts teaching countless subjects. In my constituency of Sheffield, Brightside and Hillsborough, we are home to 2 exemplary FE institutions, the Sheffield College and Longley Park Sixth Form. I want to pay tribute to all of their staff who go above and beyond to give students the best support possible. And there are exciting developments happening in Sheffield. The Sheffield College will soon be opening its new advanced Technology Centre, a state-of-the-art facility which will play a key role in meeting skills and the needs of employers, accelerating our green skills strategy and supporting growth in the local and regional economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, the success of this sector is all the more impressive when you consider the funding challenges it has endured. Under the last government's watch, spending per college student fell by 5% in real terms. But this government has shown that it understands their value. That is why I'm so pleased to see the commitment for an extra 300 million of funding for further education in this budget. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a government filled with expertise in this area. I'm delighted to see Baroness Smith of Malvern appointed as Minister for Skills. I know that her wealth of knowledge and experience means she will be a strong voice for the value of further education in the skills agenda. I also welcome the steps the government is taking to deliver on our manifesto commitment to create a flexible growth and skills levy. This investment of £40 million will help to ensure that apprenticeships are available for people of all skill sets, with decent employment at the end of it. Employers have long called for reform to the apprenticeship levy, which many have found to be inflexible and unfit for purpose. We need a new system, one which works for employers and workers alike. one with further education at the heart of it. I am pleased that this government is taking immediate action in this area and backing it up with real investment. I believe this will be a major step forward in a new relationship between employers, the workforce and further education, all working together to build a workforce fit for the future. This government's steadfast focus is on delivering economic growth in every corner of the country, something that has been lacking in my constituency of Sheffield, Brightside and Hillsborough for far too long. I look forward to the establishment of Skills England to help upskill the workforce nationwide, working alongside our fantastic further education sector to succeed.
I call Liberal Democrat spokesperson Steve Darling.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Speaker. The fact of the matter is that the new government have inherited an economic shambles, thanks to the previous government. The Office for Budget Responsibility identified an almost yawning £10 billion gap in the finances, and that cannot be disputed. I am proud that we have a cradle-to-grave welfare state, but there are a couple of areas I'm fearful that the government failed to tackle. The two-child cap, failure to tackle that will still leave 1.6 million children in need affected from that failure. So I hope the government will tackle that as a matter of urgency. In respect to the winter fuel allowance, I am still getting dozens of emails from residents who are just above the ability of being able to claim support around that area and yet are worried as the winter starts to kick in on us. So again, I hope the government will come forward with some amelioration around those to support those in most need who are our pensioners in need. One area that I would particularly like to welcome is investment in our health service. Our NHS, for us as Liberal Democrats, is a cornerstone of our society in the way of improving Great Britain, and the investment is welcome. Clearly, we wouldn't have gone about it the same way. We would have drawn money down from big banks and giant tech. And what that results in is some challenges, but I'll come on to that later. In my own constituency, Torbay Hospital remains highly challenged because we do not know where we are from the government as far as the programme for renewing hospitals. We still only have 6% of the hospital that is fit for purpose. We also have almost 700 sewage leaks within the hospital, some of them impacting on clinical areas and therefore affecting the ability to serve our community. I cannot believe the Secretary of State will allow a hospital to continue that has regular sewage leaks impacting on residents to continue in its current state, and I look forward to the confirmation of this funding for Torbay Hospital. GPs are often the area that many residents come up against when reaching out to our NHS, and yet the changes around national insurance contributions is set to hit them hard. They are small businesses and they are almost like a canary in the coal mine of what is happening to a number of our small businesses across the United Kingdom. In correspondence with them, they highlight how there could be cuts in services and their plans to grow their service to the community will be seriously affected. It was already been stated by colleagues that the elephant in the room that has failed to be addressed was social care. And I'm really concerned that the government have failed to do that to date, but we look forward to working with you because we want to work in a cross-party way to drive a proper way forward for social care. I'd also like to welcome the settlement for carers, where that's been expanded. The earnings is extremely welcome, but the cliff edge is something that needs sorting as a matter of urgency. Elsewhere in the social care sector, I've been contacted by companies such as Baycare that give domiciliary support and are really worried with the impact of NICs on their ability to support people, as well as nursing and other residential care services that are on the edge of viability and is impacted by these national insurance contributions. Over the weekend, I reached out to probably about 15 businesses across Torbay to gauge the impact of the budget on them. They were disappointed that business rates had not received the reform that we had hoped for as Liberal Democrats. It needs a root and branch reform. Tinkering with it is not the answer. Businesses have seen a trebling of their utility bills. A number of them still also have COVID debts that remain outstanding, and they're struggling with those. A manufacturer told me, and we don't have many of those in Torbay, that he's fearful that their top office elsewhere in the world will ask them to consider offshoring to Taiwan some of their manufacturing that happens in Torbay at the moment. I was particularly interested to hear from the hospitality sector, which we have a lot of in the west of England, whether it's hotels, whether it's B&Bs. They are all really worried, and they're concerned that what we will see is a significant reduction in employment. And also Paynton Zoo tells me that because of the threshold of being lowered to £5,000 for national insurance, it's hitting them hard. And I fear that these national insurance proposals will rip the heart out of the tourism industry in the west of England.
I call Harpreet Uppal for her maiden speech.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Speaker. It is a privilege to deliver my maiden speech in this very important budget debate. Thank you. It is the honour of my life to represent my hometown of Huddersfield. I would like to start by paying tribute to my predecessor Barry Shearman, who served the people of Huddersfield for 45 years. I'm sure he won't mind me saying that he was the Member of Parliament longer than I have been alive. I want to particularly commend Barry's role as the Chair of the Education Select Committee, his instrumental campaign to improve seatbelt laws, and his work on air quality and clean energy. He also worked with local mum Stacey Rogers to improve gas safety after the sad death of her young son Dominic to carbon monoxide poisoning. Barry leaves a lasting legacy in public service. Huddersfield has long been a town of innovation, resilience and diversity. The young people looking for opportunities, the workers fighting for better conditions and wages, local businesses supporting growth in the local economy, and the families seeking security and hope for their children. For centuries, Huddersfield was renowned across the world for its production of high-quality textiles, standing as a national symbol of innovation, hard work and prosperity. When my dad first arrived in West Yorkshire from India in the 1960s, he went to work in the textile mills, and he spent most of his career as a weaver at Huddersfield firm C&J Antage & Sons. The Made in Huddersfield brand in textiles continues to represent excellence. I could not make this speech without mentioning Dixon Milk Ices, not ice cream, but milk ices. For generations, this family-run business has been raising Huddersfield's children and adults on its iconic milk ices, and that includes me. Huddersfield is home to many sporting triumphs. The famous meeting at the George Hotel in 1895 led to the creation of the greatest sport, Rugby League. Here. We are deeply proud of this heritage and of our Huddersfield Giants. Between 1923 and 26, Huddersfield Town Football Club were one of the first clubs to be crowned league champions in 3 successive seasons. And yes, Deputy Madam Speaker, this was ahead of Arsenal. More recently, Huddersfield native Jaden Cunningham celebrated a silver medal at the Paris Olympics, and we're very proud of him. Our renowned Huddersfield Choral Society and Lawrence Batley Theatre reflects the town's deep cultural heritage. The Huddersfield and Deaton carnivals light up our town on an annual basis, and it's also been great to see Huddersfield Mill back too. Our interfaith forums bring together people of all faiths and none, as do our churches, gurdwaras, mosques, temples and community buildings.
Hear, hear.
And of course, we are the birthplace, shared with Combe Valley, of Harold Wilson.
Yeah.
His statue stands proudly in front of Huddersfield's spectacular train station to remind us of the difference a man from Huddersfield made as Prime Minister.
Yeah.
The creation of the Open University, the white heat of technology, the abolition of the death penalty, social reforms in education, health, housing, gender and race equality. We have a lot to be proud of.
Yeah.
But I also know from speaking with residents on the campaign trail, there are also challenges facing Huddersfield, as there are for many towns across the country. And there's no doubt that our town centre needs a bit of TLC. So I was delighted last week that the Chancellor announced commitments to secure funding for the Trent Pennine upgrade, Huddersfield Open Market and the Penistone line. I know this is something that's been shared by the previous government also. Yes. Construction is also underway to improve our town centre alongside Huddersfield University's National Health Innovation Campus. Our potential is huge, but that growth has to be felt in all corners of Huddersfield. It has to be about skills as well as infrastructure. And the people of Huddersfield must come front and centre. I am therefore delighted that we are increasing the minimum wage and we're seeing increased funding for our NHS. But it's also important that we finally fix our social care system. My late mum was a care worker and I saw the difference she made every day. We must now fight for her colleagues. To ensure they have the pay and conditions they deserve. I'm glad this is a priority for our Labour government.
Allow her a glass of water.
Madam Deputy Speaker, teenagers and young people across Huddersfield and the country have been dealt a tougher hand than previous generations. We must work to have knife crime and youth violence, but beyond policing, the focus should be on creating positive environments where young people can grow and thrive. The youth guarantee will be really important. I'll work with local organisations like Positive Steps and Conscious Youth to do fantastic work on the ground. And as I speak about children and young people, I'm also thinking of children in Gaza, Ukraine and Sudan. We must use every tool in front of us to ensure young people in all countries affected by war and conflict are able to grow up in peace. My journey to this house is one that speaks to the values of opportunity and fairness. Like many in Huddersfield, my family worked hard to give me the chance to succeed. At Fartown High School, my teacher, Mrs. Perry, pushed me and my ambitions, and a Labour government helped me on my way. I am determined to repay that debt. Thank you.
Gareth Bacon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a great pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady, the member for Huddersfield, on making what I thought was a heartfelt and moving maiden speech. She will clearly be a doughty champion for her constituents in the years to come, and I wish her well in this House.
Very nice.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it has been barely 5 days since the Chancellor laid her first budget before this House, and it was worse than anyone could ever have imagined. Far from protecting working people, it has punished workers, businesses, entrepreneurs and investors, the very people who help us prosper as a country. It has spooked the markets. The cost of borrowing has gone up significantly and debt interest will be higher as a result. So much for restoring stability. The Institute of Directors has described the budget as a very painful budget for business, and the OBR has downgraded its growth projections for the next 5 years and says that inflation will creep up again, which in turn means interest rates will stay higher for longer, as will people's mortgages. The IFS has warned that Labour's national insurance hike will hit the low-paid jobs the hardest, and that it will force firms to cut salaries, cut hiring and raise prices. So much for protecting working people. But what is astounding for a government that claims that it's all about economic growth is that while private companies have seen their taxes hiked overnight, the public sector will be protected and given much more funding. Now, public services are important, no one will claim otherwise, but the wealth of this nation is built not by the government but by private enterprise and entrepreneurs. It is the innovation, ingenuity and enterprise of the private sector that creates opportunity, growth and prosperity. And the government should be recognising and rewarding it, not stifling and punishing it. This was a budget of broken promises. During the election, the party opposite promised voters that they would not raise taxes on working people 50 times. The Prime Minister promised it, the Chancellor promised it, the entire front bench promised it. Indeed, it was there in black and white in their manifesto for all to see that despite all of their promises, they have raised taxes by £40 billion to an all-time high. And this has gone on the backs of working people, on the backs of those who own a business, on the backs of those who take risks, invest in the UK and create jobs, on the backs of those who've worked hard and have saved to own property or shares, on the backs of those who work in agriculture and on the backs of those who send their children to independent schools. Yeah. The party opposite do not think that these people are working people, but they are, and they will not forget it. But none of this should come as a surprise, of course. We know from the farcical verbal knots that they've tied themselves in over the past few weeks that the Labour front bench can't even define what a working person is. The British people have been betrayed, and everyone can see what the Labour government has done. It is very clear that they had planned all along to jack up our taxes but wouldn't come clean. They made all sorts of promises during the election. They were going to steady the ship, they were going to achieve the highest sustained growth in the G7, and they said that all of their policies were, and I quote, fully costed and fully funded. But as soon as they got into power, they invented the so-called black hole, which no one believes, and even the OBR has refused to legitimise. And they've wasted no time in fiddling the rules so they could borrow billions more for their lavish spending, subjecting the British people to misery through record tax rises. But the British people will not forget what's being done to them. These high-tax, high-spend policies will not protect working people. The prioritisation of trade union donors over small businesses and pensioners will not protect working people. The deliberate punishment of risk-takers and job creators will not protect working people. But at this stage, it's not too late, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's not too late to apologise to the British public and rescue them from this disaster. It is not too late. It is not too late to listen to people who have experience of the real world. People who've set up their own businesses, those who've taken risks and employed people, those who create wealth and growth. It is not too late to change course, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government should show some humility and do so.
Another maiden speech, Sadik Al-Hassan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate my honourable friends on their excellent and moving maiden speeches so far, who have set a high bar today and over the last few weeks. But they, as they say, save the best till almost last. I first want to thank the people of North Somerset for the trust they have placed in me, and I want to promise them that I will not for a moment stop fighting to fulfil the promises I made to them. As a pharmacist, I campaigned on a platform of rebuilding the NHS. Having worked in pharmacies across the area over the past 2 decades, I have seen the decline of community pharmacies in many towns across the country firsthand. That is why I was proud to see such a strong commitment from my right honourable friend the Chancellor in this budget to rebuilding our NHS, with the largest increase in funding since 2010 outside the pandemic. While no one on this side of the aisle doubts the enormity of the task ahead or the challenges that we may encounter along the way, the Chancellor has put us on a road to renewal with this budget, and I am sure many of my colleagues in the healthcare sector will be grateful to her for it. Madam Deputy Speaker, North Somerset is more than just where Somerset gives up and Bristol begins. We are the home of the first mass production of penicillin, one of the oldest cinemas in the UK, and perhaps our proudest achievement, the discovery of the Ribena blackcurrant. In the west of my constituency lies Portishead, known across the country for its beautiful marina and its lively fish and chips trade, which, rumour has it, stretches back all the way to the town's Roman founders. Next, I wish to pay tribute to Clevedon in the south of my constituency. As a pharmacist, I take great pride in telling the House that Clevedon has the distinct honour of being the site of the first large-scale production of penicillin, enabling its use as a vitally important medicine in World War II and undoubtedly saving countless lives. While the world of pharmacy has matured somewhat since then, Clevedon continues its proud pharmacological heritage with a number of truly outstanding local pharmacies that do the community proud, such as the Well Pharmacy, where I had the distinct honour of working not too long ago. Finally, by no means least of the major towns in North Somerset is, of course, Nailsea. A little known fact about Nailsea, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's so named because at one point it was an island. Somewhat surprising given how far inland it is. Leaving behind its ancient island status, Nailsea really began to boom in the 19th century when it became home to one of the largest glassworks in the country, relics of which are still treasured by collectors across the world. While all of those who've had the pleasure of visiting North Somerset agree it is a beautiful and blessed place, it is also an unequal place, with neighbourhoods in my constituency being among the most and least deprived areas of England. Among our countless idyllic villages is Long Ashton, the birthplace of Ribena, a drink much beloved across the country, not least by my children. Another of our gems is Pill, which, despite the name, isn't a pharmaceutical history. At one point, its history boasted 21 pubs in its small footprint, and to whom the Chancellor's cut on alcohol duty was no doubt celebrated last weekend. Finally, no tour of our green and pleasant land would be complete without, in my unbiased opinion, the greatest National Trust site, Tinsfield. And that is really saying something, Madam Deputy Speaker. This beautiful Georgian house is a delight of all across the southwest. Madam Deputy Speaker, North Somerset boasts the unique honour of not only being home to one of the busiest airports in the country, but also a major port. These twin pillars of infrastructure in the southwest are the foundations of our local economy, and in recent years, Bristol Airport overtook Glasgow to become the 8th busiest airport in the UK. The Royal Portbury Dock is no slouch either, handling over 7 million tonnes of cargo a year, and I'm sure both have had a long and prosperous future ahead of them. I wish to pay tribute to my predecessor, Dr. Liam Fox. While I may not have shared his views on Europe, I know we were aligned in our mutually held passion for North Somerset, a constituency he represented for 32 years through 8 elections, a record many of us new to this House would no doubt be keen to replicate. One issue I know my predecessor was particularly proud of was his championing of Down syndrome, to which he shepherded a private member's bill through Parliament. And no maiden speech on North Somerset could be complete without speaking of Portishead Railway Line. First opened in 1867, this line proved a vital link connecting the people of North Somerset to Bristol and then on to the wider country. For nearly 25 years now, the campaign to reopen this line has raged fiercely in my constituency, and I want to reassure my constituents that I intend to fight tooth and nail to see this project across the line after decades of false starts. Madam Deputy Speaker, I first got into politics as a town councillor in Emerson's Green, only for my wife to shortly thereafter become a district councillor. Now that I'm an MP, I dread to think how she will one-up me this time. While I jest, Madam Deputy Speaker, in reality, during the long weeks of campaigning this summer, my dad, my wife and 2 children proved to be my bedrock, providing me with endless source of strength, and to them I am and will always be eternally grateful. I would like to thank the House for indulging me and the people of North Somerset for putting their trust in me. Every day I will come to this chamber and I will fight to put North Somerset on the map and deliver for all those who call this beautiful green pocket of England home.
Never underestimate one's wife. Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate the honourable member for North Somerset on a powerfully delivered maiden speech. Wish him well in this House and thank him for the kind words he gave to his predecessor, Dr. Liam Fox, who was a true champion of this House. Now, the budget of broken promises came as a hammer blow to communities up and down the land. But before I get into the detail of that, and in the interest of balance and fairness, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to thank the Chancellor for one of the measures in the budget, and that was following on from Fair Fuel UK's campaign, the Sun's Keep It Down campaign, and indeed the campaign led by my honourable friend from Meriden East, Solly Hull, to continue with that which the previous Conservative government did for so many years, and that was freeze fuel duty. Because it is very apparent to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, that petrol and diesel are overtaxed enough as it is, and working people up and down the land absolutely depend on being able to afford a tank of fuel to get the kids to school, to go to work and to go about their daily lives. And as a request ahead of next year's budget, I do ask the Chancellor to consider fixing a double taxation in the system. That is the point at which VAT is applied to petrol and diesel. At the moment, it is applied after fuel duty rather than before. Therefore, you pay VAT not just on the petrol and diesel itself, but on the fuel duty which has been put on top of it. But there is so much to dislike in this budget of broken promises. The increase in employers' national insurance contributions, which is a direct tax on jobs. It is a tax on small businesses and large businesses alike. It is a tax on our general practitioners. I'm sure I am not alone in this House in already having correspondence with many of the GPs in my constituency on this. The perversity of putting bus fares up to £3, scrapping the Conservatives' £2 bus fare cap. Working people up and down the land rely on buses. I'm sure it is only in Labour's world that by putting the bus fare up, they think they're going to get more people to work. The £40 billion tax hike is going to lead to higher inflation, lower wages and increased government debt. But for my constituency in mid-Buckinghamshire, Madam Deputy Speaker, the very worst part of this budget was the full frontal attack on our farmers, on our agricultural communities. The changes to agricultural property relief, which will cause family farms up and down the land to have to sell such a huge proportion of their farm in order to meet that tax bill that the farm itself may well become unviable. And delighted.
Can I commend the Honourable Gentleman for that very, very comment? In Northern Ireland, every farmer in Northern Ireland will be impacted by this, and it's very clear from the Ulster Farmers Union that I'm a member of and I declare an interest that they have also said it's universally discredited, universally opposed, and the threshold for the agricultural relief in relation to farms should have been higher at perhaps 4 or 5 million, not at 1 million, because that brings everybody into the equation.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for that intervention. As ever, he hits the nail exactly on the head, because as the NFU, in their briefing that I'm sure all members have received, point out that the Treasury's own figures on who will get caught up in this is actually fundamentally wrong, because those figures include a lot of those very small scale areas where perhaps a private residence has 1 or 2 fields, has a very small number of livestock. It is not what any of us, I think, would define as a working farm. And by the time you get all of those family farms in reality into the numbers, the vast majority of our food producers who actually contribute into the food supply chains will get caught up by the APR changes. And in particular, the Chancellor was on the BBC on Sunday morning, and she said that the individual claim for agricultural property relief is now 1 million, but if the farm is owned by 2 people, then of course you could transfer that allowance to the other person. But I think there needs to be some confusion ironed out here, because actually, unlike the nil rate band and residential nil rate band, the policy paper entitled Summary of Reforms to Agricultural Property Relief and Business Property Relief, published on the 30th of October this year, states that any unused allowance will not be transferable between spouses and civil partners. So perhaps the Minister, when they sum up, can clear up that confusion caused by the Chancellor on the Koonsberg show. But the APR changes aren't the only changes that will hammer our farming families and agricultural communities. I'm sure there is a joke somewhere in the line, when is a pickup truck not a pickup truck? But it is no laughing matter for farmers for whom this is just a basic bit of equipment that they need to operate, that this government is hammering them on the cost of if they happen to have rear seats. And as I raised earlier in this House during the UQ, the government's carbon tax will put up the prices of fertiliser by between £50 and £75 a tonne. That is going to have a direct impact, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the cost of food, or the government are asking farmers already operating on incredibly tight margins, often with no profit at all, to just swallow that extra cost. I urge them to reconsider that. Other measures in the budget that are clearly wrong and the government must U-turn on. VAT on private school fees. The vast majority of parents who I talk to in my constituency who choose to send their children to independent schools scrimp and scrape, save and make sacrifices in order to give their children that opportunity. An additional 20% makes it unaffordable for them. And when I talk to schools in my constituency, independent schools, some of them are saying they can see the path to where they are going to have to close their doors. Now, I know a lot on the benches opposite would probably quite like that outcome. But the reality is it will be denying those children that opportunity and those parents that choice, and it will have that knock-on impact that class sizes in my kids' school, and I'm sure every other honourable member's kids' schools, will go up in the state sector, and that will cause overcrowding and put pressure on our state schools. And that is before I even come on to the other problems in this budget, not least the cruel attack on our pensioners in the withdrawal of the winter fuel payment. Lastly, Madam Deputy Speaker, just to prove how bizarre and simply not serious the government is about value for money, with their new Office of Value for Money, their new Value for Money czar, they have chosen someone who is inextricably linked to one of the most inefficient and wasteful projects ever to come out of the British state, HS2. How on earth can someone so linked to that project be considered an arbiter of value for money?
We come to another maiden speech, Andrew Ranger.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to make my maiden speech during this important debate. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Mid-Buckinghamshire and also to follow the great maiden speeches from the members for Huddersfield and North Somerset. I stand here humbled and privileged as the member for Wrexham and to serve every single one of my constituents to the best of my ability. They deserve nothing less. The first Labour budget for nearly 15 years is a major part of how this government will put the interests of the people of Wrexham, Wales and the UK first, fixing the foundations of the economy and the public services that we all rely on. With a pay increase for thousands of workers in Wrexham and long-awaited improvements to workers' rights, more support for carers and struggling families, addressing historical injustices such as the mine workers' pension scheme, the infected blood scandal and ensuring the safety of coal tips in Wales. During the election, I promised my constituents that I would fight for fairer funding for Wales, and this budget will deliver the largest settlement for Wales since the start of devolution. All alongside a programme of investment into our infrastructure, our workforce and to support businesses. As someone who's both run my own business and helped others start them up and run their own, I know that most of all they want to see stability and the ability to plan ahead. And that, as much as anyone else, they rely on good infrastructure and public services alongside a skilled and productive workforce. This budget is the start of ensuring that we deliver that. Indeed, on the same day as the budget was announced, new investments were made into my local football club, one you may have heard of. And into Wrexham Lager, dare I say the world's best lager and the UK's oldest lager brewery. Many will have seen and heard a lot about Wrexham in recent years, but I'm sure that there are those who want to know more. Wrexham is situated in the northeast of Wales, on the border with northwest England. Following the recent boundary changes, my constituency is much changed after it inherited most of the old Clwyd South constituencies. Proud of our Welsh identity, which is core to the people of Wrexham, we also have strong links to the northwest of England, both socially and economically. Wrexham has a long history of coal mining, iron and steel making. These are the rocks on which the community was built, and which in many ways still influence it to this day. The communities that built up around those industries form a circle of villages around the city, with the rolling hills of the lower Dee Valley to the east, which is dominated by farming and rural communities, and to the west, the wilder and more dramatic landscape of the foothills of the Clwydian mountain range. The coal and steel industries are long gone, but their importance to Wrexham is not forgotten. Great community organisations such as the Miners' Rescue Project ensure that the story of Wrexham's past is kept alive and passed on to younger and future generations. 90 years ago this year, one of the worst ever coal mining disasters happened in Wrexham at Gresford in 1934, when 266 men lost their lives and only 11 of the bodies were recovered. This in a time where profits were put before people and workers' rights and safety were a secondary consideration. Every year, the community comes together to remember those tragic events that shaped the lives of so many others. But community is at the heart of Wrexham, and it is its strength. So many people and organisations who help others every day and take pride in the place where they live. So many to mention, but starting from people like the Wrexham Litter Pickers, a wonderful volunteer group who work hard to keep our streets tidy, to places such as Clay Happus that brings people together, and so many others. Wrexham has welcomed people from around the world who have chosen to come and live there. A strong Polish community that have been in Wrexham since the Second World War, a thriving Portuguese community, and many others who make a significant contribution. Wrexham is now a major manufacturing centre with many well-known international brands based in the city, such as Kellogg's, JCB and others. Our local brewing industry has seen a resurgence in recent years, with Wrexham Lager once again active and exporting across the world, alongside the likes of the Magic Dragon Brewery and others, plus hundreds of small businesses who are the backbone of our economy. Wrexham is also home to many festivals such as Focus Wales, and we look forward to welcoming the National Eisteddfod back to Wrexham next year. We also celebrate strong military links, with an army barracks still located in the city and a proud history of service. And of course, I could not talk about Wrexham and not mention football. Wrexham Association Football Club is the third oldest professional association football club in the world. And our home ground, the racecourse, is the world's oldest international football stadium that still hosts international matches. Much in the spotlight recently, the club has an illustrious history. Now, I know that certain members of the House are Arsenal supporters, and in Wrexham we still take great pride in knocking out the then First Division champions from the FA Cup in 1992 and earning a reputation as giant killers. Of course, today Wrexham as a team transformed since Hollywood stars Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney bought the club a few years ago. The difference they've made to the club and to Wrexham in just a short time is remarkable. Back in the Football League after a 15-year absence, our first league title in 45 years and back-to-back promotions. Before I end, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd just like to pay tribute to my predecessors. Sarah Atherton was the member for the party opposite for Wrexham until the election this year, the only Conservative ever to represent Wrexham and the first woman to represent Wrexham. And I also pay tribute to her for the work she does for veterans. Simon Baines gave great service to his constituents in Clwyd South. And finally, I'd like to pay tribute to Ian Lucas, who was my Labour predecessor, who served in this House for 18 years, often sitting on the benches wearing a Wrexham AFC tie, in service as a minister and shadow minister on select committees, and most latterly into an inquiry into disinformation and social media. So, Dick on Val, Madam Deputy Speaker.
We have one more speaker at 6 minutes because we've got over 70 contributions. So after the next speaker, we will drop down to 3 minutes. I call John Glen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and what a great privilege it is for me to be standing on the backbenches and be able to make a contribution freely after 12 years on the front bench as a PPS or as a minister. And I'd first like to pay tribute to the maiden speech of the Honourable Gentleman from Wrexham and acknowledge what a wonderful experience it was when I visited Wrexham about 10 months ago as part of the Places for Growth work that I was involved in the Cabinet Office. I hope that I can use the freedom I now have to speak candidly about some of the experiences I had in government, and I want to make some remarks this evening about that experience and the legacy of the last 5 years talk about something around growth enablement and my observations around some of the measures in this budget on that matter, and also speak for a few moments about unforeseen risks and my concerns around whether this budget allows us as a country to have the space to deal with those risks. 5 years ago, the election was called, and a few weeks later, there was an outcome. And I didn't certainly think 3 months on from that we'd be shutting down the economy because of COVID. And I was in the Treasury with my right honourable friend, the member for Richmond and Northallerton. And very quickly, we had to institute the bounce back loans, the furlough scheme, exceptional infusions of cash for public services to keep the economy going. Consequentially, tax levels had to rise. And of course, we had a spirited debate this year about those levels of taxation. Now, the politics of elections, for those of us who've been through several, recognise that there is a trade-off between a level of candour and the level of obfuscation. Now, what I would observe is that where we've got to after this budget is that there is a wider gap than normal. And I don't think that the assertion around the 22 billion black hole has been legitimised, and I look forward in the coming days on the Treasury Select Committee to actually address some of those issues. But the core argument of the government is that there is a level of investment required to secure growth through improvements in productivity and dealing with the lack of investment in recent years. And I wish them well with that, because it's in the whole interest of our economy to see greater productivity. But I am profoundly concerned about some of the choices that have been made. There seems to be a surge of investment in the next 2 years, but serious questions over what the settlements will be for non-protected departments thereafter. I am concerned about the decisions made with wage settlements with the public sector and the precedents that will be deemed to give other workforces in subsequent years to seek greater settlements without any conditionality. Because unless we drive higher productivity in the public sector, as well as encourage investment in the private sector, we will not see the growth that we hope for. And I am worried about the costs, nearly £5 billion of the Employment Rights Bill, alongside the increases in tax for those that employ people in this country. But I wish the government well. Now, today the theme is about some of the reforms needed as well to look after the interests of working people. And we have seen a surge, a number of people of working age who are not actually in gainful employment. And I think about 12 years ago in this House, we decided rightly to bring parity of esteem for those experiencing mental health problems alongside those with physical health. But in truth, our benefits system has not adequately interrogated how to deal with intermittent mental health problems. And I think we are going to have to work very constructively together to actually get the right sort of settlement that gets those people back into work. We must put emphasis on what people can do rather than what they can't do, and actually ensure that people who are partially fit for work are encouraged back into work. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to address this issue of the capacity that we have further to this budget to deal with shocks. In February 2022, we thought we were coming out of COVID, and I was at a meeting in the neighbouring constituency in Andover, and the Ukraine incursion by Putin happened. We had massive inflation, and we had to find 90 billion overnight. Now, my concern is that there isn't enough capacity to deal with those shocks that we could see in a very uncertain world. The energy shock might occur again. So I want to be as constructive as I can from this place. That, I think, is a responsibility of His Majesty's loyal opposition. But I am concerned that a number of decisions made in this budget will not lay the foundations for the more productive higher growth economy that is expected and wanted. And I am very concerned about there not being enough in reserve for what we may face.
Smith.
Today's debate is themed on the effect of the budget on working people. And in the UK, it's estimated that 17 million working days are lost each year due to alcohol-related sickness. And it's not just days lost, but it's also decreased productivity, because alcohol abuse can lead to employees arriving late for work and being absent more often. And some workplaces, cultures encourage drinking, and I think at that point, colleagues, we have to take a look at our own workplace. So, as we sit in this chamber, imagine for a moment that every seat was filled not with our colleagues, but with the faces of those lost to alcohol harm, because that's the reality. Every week, the equivalent of this entire chamber dies because of alcohol. Now, just before the election was called, I was informed that my district, Lancaster, had the highest rate of alcohol-related deaths in England, which led me to look more into this issue at hope of finding solutions to fix it. And I discovered that since 2010, deaths from alcohol across the UK have risen 42%. And one of the main reasons for this is that alcohol has become much more affordable due to successive governments cutting alcohol duty rates. This is a short-sighted and naive decision-making and has been out of step with the evidence and experts have been telling us for years. The knock-on effect of this to our public finances and the wider economy is clear. The Institute for Alcohol Studies recently found that alcohol harm costs society over £27 billion a year. Fortunately, though, there is also abundant evidence about what works to reduce alcohol consumption and harm whilst raising much-needed revenue for vital public services. The World Health Organization identifies tackling alcohol's affordability as the most effective and cost-effective way of reducing alcohol harm across the world. Alcohol duty is best placed to do this, and also has the advantage, of course, of raising the Treasury revenue, because the duty revenue should cover the cost of harm, but currently it covers barely half of the cost of harm to society. So my plea to the government front bench today is this: to stop placating multi-billion-pound alcohol industry under the guise of helping pubs, because almost every time duty rates have been cut, chancellors proclaim it as a victory for pubs, and it simply isn't true. It helps supermarkets far more, allowing them to maintain much cheaper prices on alcohol. The only time in recent decades that this gap was not growing was under the last Labour government, when it introduced a duty escalator, increasing duty above inflation each year. And during this period, the death rate from alcohol steadily fell. So I implore the government front bench, whilst I welcome the vast majority of the contents of this budget, to look again at the cost of alcohol to our society and how we address these deaths.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm afraid, for those of us who can remember the 1970s, we appear to have gone back in time. We've got a Labour government that are increasing borrowing, increasing spending, and of course increasing our taxes. There was a little improvement during the Tony Blair years, who seemed at least to recognise that you have to create wealth before you can spend it. This budget clearly indicates that the government failed that test. Budgets normally unravel in 4 or 5 days, quite often they do, but this one unravelled in 4 or 5 hours. Many members will have read the article in today's Times by Sir James Dyson, and hopefully members opposite will take note of his comments. What is clear is that the government is set on a course that will most certainly not deliver on its growth agenda. My Brigg and Immingham constituency is very industrial and takes in the south bank of the Humber, containing 2 oil refineries, chemical industries, logistics and much more. It also contains, when measured by tonnage, the largest port in the country at Immingham. And I can't fail to mention the port of Grimsby. I only have 1 ward of Grimsby in my constituency, but it's the town that was the world's largest deep-sea fishing port. It is now still reliant on fish supplies, in that thousands are employed in fish processing. But Grimsby is also a major centre for the renewable energy sector. And as we transition towards clean energy production, we have developed a network of training and skills institutions to prepare the younger generation for jobs in that sector. However, I must offer a word of caution. Ministers should have less zeal and more realism in trying to meet stretched targets. We also have a large rural hinterland where people toil to put food on our table. It's a constituency where tens of thousands work hard for a living. Today's debate is protecting working people, but Madam Deputy Speaker, the working people I represent are resilient and self-reliant, but they do expect some support and protection from their government. What they want for a good public services in exchange for those taxes. We've had a large tax hike on businesses, and we know that many parts of the health sector are going to have to pay enormous increase in employers' contributions. Members across the House will have heard from doctors, from pensioners, from GPs and farmers who are desperately concerned about what is coming. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I urge the government to protect jobs, reverse the damaging proposals, and only then will they be able to say that they are truly protecting working people.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to place on record my congratulations to my friends from North Somerset, Wrexham and Huddersfield for amazing maiden speeches today. Madam Deputy Speaker, I listened on Wednesday to the contributions from the Honourable Lady from West Worcestershire. I haven't notified her that I was going to quote her speech. She said that the budget was of the public sector, by the public sector, for the public sector, and she said that as if it was a bad thing. I would urge the government to reject this false dichotomy that is being set up by the party opposite, that somehow investment in the public sector is a drain on the national expenditure, that somehow putting money into our public services is inherently bad for our society and for our state. Because when I am speaking to businesses in my constituency, and yes, they have raised with me the concerns that they have about the national insurance increases, I think every business has raised with members across this House, and it would be foolish to suggest otherwise. But what they also raise with me is, can you fix the A50 so we can expand and get more things moving down from JCB? Can you get some proper help for mental health support so that we can get our workers back to work quicker when they're struggling with their mental health? They tell me that they struggle with a supply network of skills of young people for the jobs that they have, so they are asking desperately for investment in skills to make sure that there is a ready pipework of young people who can go and do those jobs. And I think it is therefore completely and utterly fatuous to suggest that this investment that this government is putting in to the public sector is in some way going to be detrimental to the growth of our economy and to the success of our private industry. No, there's no time. I'm terribly sorry. The point, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I say this also as one of those pesky trade unionists that the party opposite seems so in such opposition to, is when they talk about the significant pay for trade unions. First of all, it's not for trade unions, it's for the members of those trade unions, all of whom are working people. Most of them actually live in their constituencies, Madam Deputy Speaker, and some of them may have even voted for them, because not all trade unions vote Labour, sadly. But the money that they have in their pay goes into their pockets. It then goes into their high streets. It goes into the shops in their communities. It's not hoarded away in offshore wealth. It's not put into some clever accountancy scheme. It's used to buy kids' school shoes. It's used to buy a Saturday morning breakfast in the local cafe. It goes back into the economy in a way that they seem to simply misunderstand. So in the short remaining time I have, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would say to the government, please, do not listen to the siren voices that suggest that the investment that we as a government are putting in is bad for our economy. It is not. It is good for our state, it is good for our country, and it's good for our economy.
Robin Swann.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to, I suppose, bring some focus to this budget from a Northern Ireland point of view. But first of all, I would like to thank the government for the 11.8 billion that they have allocated for the infected and the infected from the infected blood scandal. But I would question, is that enough? And will they now deliver it at pace? And it's unfortunate that the honourable member for Salisbury isn't here anymore, because I know the work that he did previously as Paymaster General. Also welcome the money, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the postmasters. But what I will ask the government, still no recognition or assurances for our WASPI woman, despite the recommendation of the Parliamentary Health and Service Ombudsman, and despite those pre- and post-election photo opportunities taken by both the government and the opposition. Madam Deputy Speaker, health is devolved. And while I welcome the significant funding that health has been given here in England, I would ask that the Treasury consider actually ring-fencing the Barnett consequential that will go to health in Northern Ireland. Because I have noticed that the Minister of State for Northern Ireland has met our health trusts and our health unions prior to this budget. So I'd be interested to know exactly what the Northern Ireland office is doing in regards to our health service in Northern Ireland. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's also noticeable that our Northern Ireland office has received a 66% increase in regards to its allocation. So I would question if that's an allocation or an indication that the Northern Ireland office is now intending to be more hands-on in regards to what it wants to do, or exactly what it is going to fund in Northern Ireland with those monies, and to ensure that it's scrutinised by both this House but also in support of strategies that are implemented and supported by all the parties in the Northern Ireland Executive. Madam Deputy Speaker, in regards to health, in the National Insurance Employers' Contribution, I note it has been said that the National Health Service will be exempt from those contributions in regards to that. So again, I would seek assurances or clarification from the Treasury in regards to social care in Northern Ireland, because I note yesterday that the Chancellor said that additional monies will be delivered to local authorities so that additional cost can be covered by the social care providers here in England. Social care, Madam Deputy Speaker, in Northern Ireland is paid for by our health service and our health trusts. So I would ask what contributions and what considerations the Treasury has put into that allocations as well, so that there is equity across the piece. I also would support the Honourable Member for Torbay and his comments in regards to the challenges that we now see faced from the GPs, our community pharmacies, our dentists and our social care providers and the voluntary community sector who support our health service.
Martin Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Due to the limit on time, I will keep my comments largely to one particular sector of the economy, the cultural sector, which is very significant in the Glasgow North constituency. I very much welcome the measures in the budget to support the arts, culture and creative industries, implementing the 45%, 40% rates of the theatre, orchestra, museum and galleries tax relief from April next year. These measures, along with the government's recognition of the contribution of the creative and arts sector to the economy, is so important. In my own constituency, this is particularly clear, with the presence of important venues and institutions, including Scottish Opera, King Tut's, the National Theatre of Scotland, the Royal Conservatoire, the Royal Scottish National Orchestra, the Theatre Royal, the Pavilion, the King's Theatre, the Kelvingrove Art Galleries, the Hydro, the School of Art, the Mitchell Library, the BBC Studio Works, the Gallery of Modern Art, the Royal Concert Hall, the Ontario Museum, the Riverside Museum, to name just some. It is very easy to think of this sector in terms of performers, dancers, singers, musicians, those on the stage and in front of cameras. But it is also the very many skilled professionals employed in the sector, the sound technicians, the costume design teams, the camera operators, the lighting engineers, the archivists, the conservation experts, the prop makers, the stage managers, along with the teams in front of house, facilities and security and so on. The sector adds to the rich and diverse cultural life of the city, but also adds to the local economy, drawing visitors to the city, employing thousands of people and creating customer demand for nearby businesses. This budget, presented to the House last week, delivers the largest budget settlement for the Scottish Government in the history of devolution. Yeah. This is a clear and tangible sign of the importance of Scotland to this Government, a Government committed to delivering for Scotland and for all of the UK. This is how we deliver for working people, the end of the era of austerity, raising much-needed cash for our under-resourced public services, delivering a pay rise for 200,000 of the lowest-paid Scots. I recognise that much of policy on culture and the arts is devolved. It is now time, with the record settlement set out in this budget, that a Scottish Government play fair by the sector. It is time for the Scottish Government to finally end the blame game, end their waste and financial mismanagement. They have the powers, they have the resources, they need to deliver. To deliver, to ensure that the working people of Glasgow and Scotland benefit truly from this transformative budget.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Aristotle said that the state exists to advance the well-being of its members. A state that fails to advance its people's well-being is not really a state that acts badly, an institution that has failed to achieve its defining purpose. Such a positive vision of the state requires strong institutions that are able to act, a government accountable to the people but free to take actions driven by what Disraeli understood to be the social welfare of the people. A Chancellor who hides behind this supposedly impartial pronouncements of the OBR is incapable of delivering real meaningful change. Restoring accountability in practice requires two parallel processes. Firstly, political control of decision-making must be rebuilt, and secondly, and equally importantly, a greater sense that the public have a stake in society, by implication the state that it serves, must be engendered. Restoring political accountability means removing what the economist and writer Dan Davis has termed accountability sinks, the mechanisms that ensure that nobody is to blame when things go wrong. Accountability sinks are one of the greatest banes of modern life. From automated call centres to computers that say no to applications for loans or other financial services. They're a matter of design, not accident. In the private sector, they can shield organisations from legal liability, like in the post office scandal. A decision made by an individual is much more open to question than one that is a consequence of a general policy. In the public sphere, accountability sinks often shield politicians and other public servants from genuine accountability of government policy. Privatisation, contracting out, the public financial initiatives have all been utilised as ways of shifting responsibility from government to market forces. The establishment of the Independent Bank of England with an arbitrary inflation target is a classical example where a generalised policy has replaced specific individual decision-making and responsibility. Similarly, the Office of Budget Responsibility was established explicitly to protect the Treasury from taking responsibility for budget forecasting. As Davis himself notes, the role of the courts and international bodies is similar. I happily give way to my honourable friend.
Is my right honourable friend suggesting then that we ought to replace these bodies by a re-adoption by government of responsibility for economic policy in the round, such as setting targets for inflation, and not instead trying to say, well, it's all down to an unelected body?
Yes, absolutely. Restoring accountability means reversing many of the processes that have been taken as read in recent years. Democracy is dependent on clear lines of accountability. In the last 40 years, these have been either diluted or displaced. And is it wonder, as a result, the public feel disillusioned about the exercise of power? The British economy has suffered more at the hands of neoliberal globalisation than most of our competitors. Foreign ownership of UK public firms has risen from just over 10% in 1990 to 55% in 2020. Ownership has become remote and unaccountable to workers, customers and even shareholders. Credit creation facilitated the growth of private equity and leveraged buyouts. Private equity firms have been able to take on vast amounts of debt in order to take over businesses. Our economy is controlled by oligarchies, careless of their customers and their employees. The result is to make all other business objectives secondary to the imperative of enough cash to survive. As Davis has put it, the debt burden creates an ultimatum. If they don't put all their efforts into profits, they go bust. Our constituents can see this. They can see the increasing power of unaccountable globalist enterprises and government's inability to do anything about it. Just as farmers can see, the government's policy on inheritance completely belies the fact that most asset-rich farms do not make a lot of money. It's not about assets, it's about income. Such disillusionment is socially corrosive, but also justifiable, because the most important economic decisions are taken by commercial entities with no regard to the needs and values of the people. Turning the ship around requires radical and concerted action, not just platitudes. We need a new economic model, one that harnesses the power of the state to break up the power of renter capitalism and restore an economy that works for society, not against it. Fraternal economics is the means, popular well-being is the end.
Callum Anderson.
Deputy Speaker, I must say I'm not quite sure how I follow that, but can I first congratulate my honourable friends, the members for Huddersfield, North Somerset and Wrexham for their excellent maiden speeches. I'm pleased to add my support to the budget put forward by my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, last week. It provides a fresh start for our families in the towns, villages and cities that comprise the Buckingham and Bletchley constituency. Given this Labour government's dire economic inheritance, This budget has done a great job in addressing both the immediate challenges that are facing my constituents, but more importantly, laying the foundations for a resilient economy that will help spread opportunity and deliver the down payment that we need, that this government has in its ambition to tackle child poverty. Madam Deputy Speaker, to understand why this budget is so crucial, I think we need to take a moment to recognise the scale of the economic and social challenge that we face. Since the financial crisis, the UK's productivity has grown at just 0.7% per year, a sharp drop from the 2.1% annual growth rate that we saw in the 14 years beforehand. And while other advanced economies have also experienced a similar slowdown, the UK has been hit particularly hard, not least because of the previous government shying away from taking the proper long-term decisions for our economy. And this has led to the UK's productivity being 28% lower than in the United States and far lower than our European competitors such as France and Germany. And for many working people across the country and in my constituency, this has stark consequences. A loss of almost £11,000 a year in potential wages over the last 15 years. Now, members across the House will see how that has manifested itself in rising child poverty and the routine use of food banks, as my right honourable friend, the member for Leicester West, mentioned earlier. And that's why the measures such as the fair repayment rate and the extension of the Household Support Fund are so vital to providing a lifeline that families in my constituency and across the country so desperately need. Yeah. Another key issue, Madam Deputy Speaker, correctly identified by the Chancellor, is the low level of public and private investment in the UK compared to our peers. For almost my entire lifetime, the UK has been a laggard in this area. We've been at the bottom of the G7 rankings for public and private investment for 24 of the last 30 years. And I'm pleased that this budget represents a really vital first step in correcting course with a credible package of investment in infrastructure, schools and hospitals, such as East West Rail in my constituency, whose opportunities residents in Bletchley and Winslow are very much looking forward to. So I'm really pleased to support this budget. It gives working people and their families a hand up, builds strong foundations and ensures that our economy will be competitive in the long run.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The budget we saw last week was the most anti-aspirational budget of modern times. This is a bad budget for growth, jobs and working people. Firstly, let's consider its impact on small and medium-sized businesses, many of which are, of course, staffed by working people. The £40 billion tax bombshell, combined with the additional regulation in their employment rights bill, is going to place massive burden on businesses and will only see more of them close over coming years. Whatever industry they are in, there are now significantly higher taxes and regulatory burdens than we have ever seen. The ludicrous hike in national insurance contributions for employers will lead to many businesses no longer employing new people and having to slash jobs. This is not in the interest of working people. The last Conservative government played a crucial role in reducing unemployment throughout the UK, something this Labour government has torn up just a few months into office. Let's be clear, having fewer jobs is not in the interest of working people. The left like to portray capital gains tax as a tax that only affects the richest in society. However, that is simply not true. Ordinary working people who save and invest and make a modest profit on small shareholdings or maybe a second home that they've got for their pension will see their taxes rise in this budget. That is not in the interests of working people. This is the politics of envy unleashed. Having recently secured a Westminster Hall debate on the pub and hospitality sector, which was well attended by members from across the House, I welcome the penny cut to draft beer. However, that reduction is purely academic if people don't have a pub to go to, because this government has failed to extend the 75% rate relief that the last government put in place for the sector. So when it comes to the residents of Mid-Leicestershire, they are deeply concerned that measures of this government is going to damage and not create growth in the economy. Finally, turning to VAT on education, perhaps one of the meanest policies this government has brought in. That will affect not just those that have the wealth to send their children to public schools, but it will also impact those in the state sector, putting additional burdens on our children's future. So to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget is not a budget for aspiration. What is the point of setting up your own business? What is the point in saving to pay for your children's education? What is the point in keeping your family-run farm? Today we have a government lacking in any ideas to boost aspiration. Instead, we have the politics of envy at play.
Josh McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 4th of July, the British people voted decisively for one clear promise, and that is the promise of change. The budget delivers on that promise. Change from years of short-termism, unmanaged decline, and a weak, unbalanced economy with anemic growth to a long-term plan for the future of Britain, which invests in the British people, our public services and our infrastructure. The theme of today's debate is protecting working people, and so I'd like to put on the record my strong support for two particular measures. Firstly, the substantial increase in the minimum wage for all workers, but in particular the massive 18% boost for apprentices, a pay rise of £1,800 per year for an apprentice working 30 hours per week. I've got more apprentices in my constituency than most because of our nuclear industry, so this minimum wage rise will make a considerable difference. Secondly, the government's £240 million investment to tackle the root causes of economic inactivity and support people back into work. The large number, particularly of young men, who have fallen out of the labour market since the pandemic is an enormous social and economic problem, a problem that I know the front bench team will grip with the resources that this budget provides. I also want to make a wider point about investment and getting Britain building again. The Conservative plan was for public investment in this Parliament to decline sharply. Low public investment has been a feature of our economic formula for years, and the results are well known: poor infrastructure, low productivity and sluggish growth. A boost of £100 billion over the next 5 years will begin to reverse the underinvestment we've seen from the Conservatives and act as a magnet to attract significantly more private investment too. How we put this money to use in how we generate growth is the key question. Take West Cumbria as an example. We have a coastal railway line which runs from Carlisle to Barrow through my constituency. Upgrade of that line and we get 1,500 extra jobs and £1 billion gross value add to the UK economy. To realise the benefits of high levels of public investment and the jobs that come with it, we also need planning reform. Without this, the public investment commitment in the budget will get caught in a web of delays, diversions and high costs. So the budget is very welcome. It's one measure that the government have got, and there are a series of others, including planning reform, which will help get Britain back on track.
Vicky Slade.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is no doubt that the Conservative government left our public services in tatters and the NHS on life support, and that this government was left with no choice but to make tough decisions. I understand this, having led a council that had been Conservative run, where important decisions about employee pay were delayed, vanity projects saw money wasted, and where reserves were slashed so badly that the council was on the edge of bankruptcy. But to govern is to choose, and I am shocked at the short-sightedness of some of the decisions made in last week's budget. It is true that the average worker won't see a tax rise on their payslip, but their employer will now be calculating whether there will be any pay rises at all next year, or whether to issue some of their workers with their P45. Shops, pubs and cafes facing increases in national insurance and national minimum wage are already struggling as households deal with the cost of living pressures and their own rising prices in energy and stock, and were promised full reform of business rates. Instead, their costs will skyrocket as their 75% business rate relief is slashed to 40%. Granted, the relief has been made permanent, but where is the commercial landowner levy or charge on internet giants? Surely taxing the most wealthy rather than hitting small businesses with a tax that takes no account of profits or purpose would be fairer. I said it last week and I will say it again now. Rental auctions and compulsory purchase may, in theory, get the markets moving. But if businesses in high streets like Wareham, in my constituency of Mid Dorset and North Poole, cannot afford to trade, the high street cannot redefine its purpose. Turning back to national insurance, like my colleagues, I've been contacted by businesses, public sector organisations and charities sharing their calculations relating to its impact. Corfmullen Dental Practice recently recruited a graduate dentist specifically to serve the child NHS population, boosting the capacity in my area. The increase in NI for the staff has wiped out half of her annual salary, and if we're going to stop dentists leaving the NHS, we need exemptions for them now. Julia's House Children's Hospice has calculated their NI increase is £242,000 a year. And shockingly, Tops Nursery, that has several early years settings in my constituency, has calculated a £500,000 increase without any additional increase in childcare funding. The Lib Dems have called for taxes on energy giants and big banks. We agree those with the broadest shoulders should pay more. But this budget has mistaken whose shoulders are broad. So I'm asking for urgent consideration of two things. Rethink the national insurance change to exempt organisations allied to the NHS and education, like GPs, hospices and nurseries, and get the extra money from big banks and share buybacks. And postpone the reduction on retail, hospitality and leisure relief until full business rate reform is ready, and keep our high streets alive.
Luke Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to speak in today's debate, and I'd like to congratulate my honourable friends for Huddersfield, North Somerset and Wrexham on their excellent maiden speeches. I'm proud to champion the first Labour budget in 14 years as the first ever Labour MP for Basingstoke, delivered by the first ever female Chancellor. Before I begin, I'd also like to congratulate the Right Honourable Member for North West Essex on her election as leader of His Majesty's official opposition. As the first black woman to lead a major political party, she has achieved a significant milestone. Today I wanted to focus on three key points. First, to recognise that this budget represents a crucial shift away from the failed policies of the last 14 years. As my honourable friend for Swansea West has said previously, the risks of continuing down the same path were immense, economically, socially and politically. The previous Parliament saw living standards decline, the lowest growth and highest inflation in the G7, and skyrocketing hospital and housing waiting lists. The new leader of the opposition has claimed that the public now expect too much from government, but my constituents in Basingstoke have lost faith that the state can deliver even the most basic of public services after 14 years of neglect. This brings me to my second point, that this budget is about fixing our public finances and repairing our public services. Our first fiscal rule ensures that day-to-day spending is sustainably funded, essential given the chaos of the mini-budget of the party opposite. Crucially, however, our rules allow for increased public investment, an approach welcomed by the International Monetary Fund. And unlike the Conservatives, who other speakers have mentioned plan to cut public investment by a third, we believe in investing in housing, schools and infrastructure. Their opposition to new investments reveals their desire to return us to a path of decline that voters rejected just a few months ago. This budget will lead to more NHS appointments and better healthcare, more teachers and improved education, and more secure, affordable housing for all. Finally, this budget protects and delivers for working people in Basingstoke, just as we promised in our manifesto. The increase in the national living wage will mean £1,400 more for a full-time worker on the living wage. We're addressing the legacy of poverty left by the previous government, where 1 in 5 children live in relative poverty in Basingstoke. And changes to the repayment rate and universal credit will make over 1 million of the UK's poorest households £420 better off from next April. This budget signifies a decisive move toward a fairer, more prosperous future for Basingstoke and for Britain. The benches opposite will regret their opposition to this budget. I am proud to support it.
Mahindra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I firstly start by welcoming the fact that this is the first budget presented by a female Chancellor. I think the House should be very proud of that. I can also send my thanks to the Prime Minister for acknowledging the former leader of the Conservative Party and his heritage as a second-generation Indian. This place is symbolic, not just in this place, but around the world. I'm going to shift tone, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I think the budget is incredibly punitive budget for small businesses. I come from a small business background, and I applaud those that are brave enough to set up their own business. I know a lot of the time those small businesses are one-man bands. They're reliant on family members or friends to support them. If I was going to set up a business today, I probably wouldn't, because off the back of this budget, I think we've destroyed ambition in our country. If you're a public sector worker, absolutely, this budget absolutely feeds into supporting you. But as Sir Dyson said today in the Times, how are you going to encourage the entrepreneurs of tomorrow to start their businesses today? Politics is about choices. And my party spent the summer trying to convince the electorate that the government was going to raise their taxes. We thought they were going to raise their taxes, and indeed we've told the public that. This budget raises taxes on working people, on pensioners, on wealth creators, and on farmers. I think the farmers at the NFU knew there was an issue when only 87 words of the Labour manifesto referred to farming. This budget sends a message that ambition is something not to foster. In terms of the tax burden, the increase in capital gains tax, the inheritance tax, the removal of stamp duty support for first-time buyers, the unfreezing of income tax bans, this is a budget that penalises ambition. I'm very conscious of time, so I just wanted to very quickly focus on three local issues, South West Herts. Defence spending. I'm lucky enough to represent Northwood NATO base in my constituency. While I applaud the government investment in defence and supporting our Ukrainian allies, I would gently point out that the budget as is will actually see a decrease in the percentage of GDP for defence spending, let alone a pathway to 2.5%. Yes, of course we will.
Does my honourable friend agree with me that at this time when the world is more dangerous than it's ever been, that any reduction in defence spending is the wrong way to go?
My honourable friend is absolutely spot on. Now, there are comments coming across that it's not a reduction. Now, my government and my manifesto, my party's manifesto committed to 2.5%. I look forward to the government in future spending reviews committing to that level and ideally go higher. The other two issues locally to me are independent schools. I do believe this is a policy of envy. When you are burdening independent schools with VAT and increases of business rates, you are forcing families that are just about affording current tuition fees to make the choice to go to the state school sector. Now, if there was capacity in the state school sector, I would happily applaud that. When a shadow minister at the time of the general election confirmed that school class sizes were going to increase, that, for me, was a warning that the Labour Party knew what they were doing. I do think that things like SEND support, which are subsidised by the private sector, helping those most in need, is something that, unfortunately, residents of South West Hertfordshire will come to feel. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, Watford General Hospital. I look forward to the Health Secretary coming back in the spring with his review, just to follow up on my PMQs in October. This is critically important for my constituents. Thank you.
Jill German.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I could not have been more pleased to hear the Chancellor's game-changing budget last week, putting an end to the cynical short-termism of the previous government and taking on the long-term challenge of rebuilding Britain to be the fairer, more equitable society we know it can be. And today, what an absolute tonic to hear from our Secretary of State for Work and Pensions. Serious about driving up opportunity and driving down poverty, and with a serious plan to do so. No more tinkering at the edges, no more blame game with the very people who deserve our support. A practical, people-centred plan to get Britain working and to support and empower the most vulnerable for the long term. There is much to welcome in my constituency of Clwyd North from the Secretary of State today. The £470 rise this year alone in the state pension through retaining the triple lock, despite the financial inheritance left to us by the Conservatives. Yeah. The significant increase in the earnings threshold for eligibility to carers allowance. Welcome news to the over 3,000 plus family carers in my constituency. And the valuable consequential funds gained by Wales through the extension of the Household Support Fund to support those struggling most with household costs. But I'd like to celebrate, if I may, the two measures which resonate most with me as a result of my journey to this House, through teaching in our classrooms and through working with our communities in local government. The £240 million package to open up opportunities to all those left behind, to get into work and to get on in work. And the fair payment rate for universal credit, relied on so much by those in and out of work, capping deductions at 15% rather than the crippling 25%, which stops too many families from ever getting their head above water. Our children, families and communities deserve a fighting chance. Only a joined-up, person-centred approach can achieve this, which is why I'm so delighted to see the dawn of the Get Britain Working white paper, enabled by this budget. Yeah. At last, we have a government that is putting investment front and centre of rebuilding our country. Investment in infrastructure, business, and absolutely crucially, in our people. It's about time. Our people are our greatest asset. This is a budget that
Order, Blake Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me start with some positives. I don't want the government to think that I don't recognise the challenges they face. I welcome the efforts to tackle NHS maintenance backlogs, which will help constituents in mid-Bedfordshire who use the Luton and Dunstable Hospital and also the Bedford Hospital. Their commitment to improve rural broadband and funding for flood defences and nature restoration. And as the MP for the Marston Vale line, I look forward to constructive engagement on East West Rail, making sure communities in my constituency are heard through the consultation process that will be ongoing later this year. I welcome the fact that this government acknowledges the importance of economic growth, but I'm concerned that beyond acknowledging it, there's nothing really in the budget to deliver it. Despite the warm words and platitudes of the party opposite during the election campaign, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a deeply socialist budget, with an ever-increasing share of our economy moving into the ambit of government, only to be distributed by government into areas that are unproductive of economic growth. I'll give way, yes, absolutely.
The Honourable is making an excellent point about growth, and of course the elephant in the room is productivity. You will know from the House of Commons Library figures that productivity fell over the last year, and we're lagging behind many competitive countries. Both in public sector and private sector productivity, it is critical we take further steps to develop skills to drive growth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I absolutely agree. Productivity is essential, and it's something that I think everyone in the House needs to focus on. This is a dishonest budget, and it's a damaging budget. This government promised that they would protect working people. Instead, Madam Deputy Speaker, they've delivered a budget that is tough on work and tough on the causes of work. This is a budget which taxes employment, with 1 million employers now set to lose out. And combined with an estimated £5 billion cost from expansive employment rights, our economy will be less flexible, starved of risk capital, jobs and investment in our communities. This is a job-cutting budget. This is a budget which attacks our farming families, our rural economy and our rural communities. Men and women working hard day in, day out in some of the most challenging economic circumstances, at considerable risk and low margins, all to put food on our tables 3 times a day. We simply would not survive without our farmers. It is that simple. But this government is choosing to hit those very people with a family farm tax, a tax which will drive asset disposals, splitting up land farmed by the same families for generations. It will discourage the next generation from taking up the mantle and tear apart the communities these farms are integral to. Last year, Madam Deputy Speaker, the now Prime Minister said, "Every day seems to bring a new existential risk to British farming." Well, today, that existential risk is this socialist government. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget fundamentally attacks at the heart of economic growth. It crowds out private investment that reduces real business investment by £25 billion. And as the OBR notes, by the forecast horizon, government spending comprises a larger part of a little change real GDP. When they promised growth, the British people might have hoped that it was growth in the wealth of our country, not just the size of the state. And Madam Deputy Speaker, their own words sum that up best. In the budget, they say rewarding work with a fair wage is the best way to improve living standards. This budget achieves none of that. Instead, it delivers lower real wages, lower real household disposable income, higher inflation and higher mortgage rates. Madam Deputy Speaker, after the budget, the Chancellor told the British public that working people won't face higher taxes in their pay slips, but she knows that isn't true. More than 4 million extra taxpayers will be dragged into tax because she has kept the freeze on tax thresholds. Thank you.
Catherine Fuchs.
May I congratulate my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, not only as the first woman ever to deliver a budget to this House, but as the first Chancellor to deliver a joined-up, grown-up budget in 14 years. Representing a Welsh constituency, I am proud that this budget provides the largest funding boost Wales has received since devolution, a £21 billion boost. Proof, if ever there was needed, that only two Labour governments working together will ever properly listen to, understand and fight to meet the needs of the people of Wales, who have been ignored, belittled or attacked by generations of Conservatives. We all know that our broken public services would collapse overnight without the selfless dedication of the countless women and men who day in and day out serve as unpaid carers. So I'm particularly pleased that the budget has raised the amount that carers can earn before losing out on carers' allowance by nearly £200 a month. Turning to agriculture, as co-chair of the APPG for farming and having grown up on a small family farm, I know there has been much disquiet over the changes to agricultural property relief. Indeed, I have been in constant communication with our excellent local NFU policy staff since the budget. I'm listening to their concerns and feeding those concerns directly back to DEFRA. And it's unsurprising that farmers are worried, given that many journalists and the party opposite have unfortunately been selectively focusing on a £1 million figure that does not actually reflect the reality of the policy. So let me seek to reassure small family farmers and repeat the words of my right honourable friend, the Exchequer Secretary to the Treasury from last week, who said the total value of a farm should not be confused with the value being passed on at death. Multiple family owners can own part of a farm. For example, if an individual jointly owns a farm worth £3 million with their partner, only £1.5 million is in their estate at death. Wise words, Madam Deputy Speaker, which I know will give comfort to many who've been misled by selective and mischievous comments on the budget. With the additional £500,000 relief for each partner, if there is a property on the farm, this means a farm worth up to £3 million may still pay zero inheritance tax. Yes, this budget recognises that family farms form part of the backbone of rural communities, but it also recognises that our rural communities rely every bit as much on strong, functioning public services. I will close, Madam Deputy Speaker, by concluding that this historic budget calls time on austerity and brings stability back.
Susan Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to make my first contribution to a UK budget debate. And I refer the honourable members to my register of interests. I'd like to start by congratulating the members opposite on their excellent maiden speeches. Madam Deputy Speaker, while I was pleased to hear the Chancellor's plans for reparations for the infected blood scandal and the Post Office Horizon scandal, I was disappointed that there was no mention of the compensation for WASPy women, despite the Health Service Ombudsman's report published in March, which I trust will be addressed in the very near future. My constituency in Mid-Dumbartonshire has an ageing population, which is to be celebrated and brings with it higher numbers of patients with increased frailty and greater healthcare needs. Mid-Dumbartonshire has a wealth of charities and community groups supporting carers, offering peer support and supporting mental health, and generally reducing demand on statutory services and preventing costs for the NHS. The increase in employers' national insurance will inevitably hit them hard, and it's vital that they are protected from additional taxes if these services are to continue. The same is true for small and medium-sized businesses in Mid-Dumbartonshire, so vital to our local economy, providing jobs which break the cycle of disadvantage. I welcome the increase in the budget in capital funding for Scotland. Given this increase, it's finally time to see the development of the much-needed new Mulgai Health and Care Centre. This project echoes the Government's plans to create community-focused health hubs and are key to preventing costs for the NHS. Residents and health professionals in Bearsden and Mulgai desperately need the new Health and Care Centre. GPs, dentists, allied health professionals and third sector support ensure the health of our community and protect our hospitals from avoidable pressures. The cooperation between the Scottish Government and the UK Government is vital to ensuring appropriate funding reaches Scotland for devolved health and care services. Working cross-party will surely improve the effectiveness of solutions, and I urge the Government to consider the Liberal Democrats' fully costed plans to increase capital and revenue funding for the NHS and care. The people in Mid-Dumbartonshire and the UK are counting on us to save our NHS, and improving care services is a key part of tackling this crisis.
I welcome this budget. It begins the change that people voted for at the general election. It's a move away from the laissez-faire that we saw under the Tories to an active government that will be on the side of ordinary people and will act in the common good. And I also welcome the money for compensation in the contaminated blood scandal. As the chair of the APPG, £11.8 billion is very welcome, and it's remarkable that after all the debates and statements and questions that we had over so many years in this House, that the previous government had never set aside a penny for this compensation scheme. And a note from the Red Book that the £11.8 billion for contaminated blood is to be spent over 5 years. And I just asked the front bench, that's a long time for people to wait for justice. And I hope it doesn't slow down the repayments to the payments and the interim payments to people in the final settlements. Too many have died along the way, and we can't let anything get in the way of these people receiving justice. And I agree with the changes to non-dom status and inheritance tax, but they do not begin to deal with the imbalance in the growth of wealth at the top between those at the top 1% who own so much wealth and the ordinary people. Over the last 14 years, the Conservatives have done nothing to address this imbalance, and we must recognise that we do not tax wealth in the way that we tax work. And this has created an intolerable level of inequality. The wealth of the richest has risen from 3 times the national income to almost 8 times since the 1980s. The top fifth of the country owns 63% of the wealth, while the bottom fifth only have 0.5%. The top 1% are 41 times richer than anyone else. And despite this growth in wealth taxes have not increased as a share of overall taxation or as of GDP. This is not the politics of envy, it's just logical. If we do not appoint an appropriate proportion of the wealth created by our nation into our public services and our infrastructure, into our universities and research, into police and our courts, and much, much more, we diminish our country. Surely that downward spiral would also be an incentive for those that we're told will go overseas if we tax them too much. We must ensure that we go to where the money is and where it has been going over the last 40 years. It's time for us to address this imbalance between how we tax wealth and how we tax work. And I think this budget has set us on the right road, but we need to go further.
Zoe Franklin.
Deputy Madam Speaker, I'd like to raise two specific issues in relation to the budget. And first of all, just sort of say that we are on these benches pleased to see the investment in the NHS. However, it feels like a budget where you have given on one hand, the government has given on the one hand and taken away with the other. So the first thing I want to raise is my deep disappointment, and that of my residents, of the fact there is no mention of the two-child benefit cap. That two-child limit has trapped hundreds of thousands of children in poverty. This was the government's opportunity to end this unfair and regressive policy, and yet they have chosen not to. My colleagues and I will continue to campaign to scrap this policy, as it will be one of the quickest, most effective, cost-effective ways to lift children out of poverty, and would have enormous long-term benefits to these children, society and our economy. And the other issue I want to raise relates to business, and I know colleagues across the House have raised this. After the long years of a Conservative government who did not understand business, there was a genuine optimism for my businesses across my constituency of Guildford that the new government would be different. However, the 8.7% hike to national insurance contributions for employers has been deeply unwelcome surprise. In the days since the budget, I have spoken to small business owners in my constituency, including an independent pharmacy owner, and each has shared with me how this hike is hugely detrimental to their businesses and it will impact their employees. In fact, I received a deeply distressing email this afternoon from a resident that illustrates this very issue, and I will read a quote. As of today, I have been made redundant. The primary reason cited in my redundancy interview was the increased financial burden on my employer due to tax rises and national insurance increases imposed by Labour. These measures have directly undermined the ability of my small business employer to sustain full-time staff, leaving me, like many others, without employment. This sudden and destabilising change has left me not only angry, but fearful for the future. I am concerned that I may struggle to find new employment for the very reasons that have cost me my last job. So I will end on this. This budget could have been a budget of growth and fair taxation that truly protects the most vulnerable. But instead, I feel this budget has been what I hope is unintended consequences. Consequences that it is not too late to prevent if the government is willing to listen, to work with MPs on these benches and rethink elements of this budget that can and should be improved. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I never cease to be amazed by honourable members opposite, in particular former ministers. It's like in this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, the last 14 years never happened. They never crashed the economy. They never put 4 million children into poverty. They never devastated our communities. And Madam Deputy Speaker, when I hear honourable members opposite talk about how this budget destroys aspiration and destroys ambition, what about the young people in our constituencies whose aspiration and ambition they have destroyed for 14 years? What about the 44 million children in our country who they have put into poverty? What about the working families for the last 14 years who they have made use food banks? Did they not have the aspiration and ambition Did they wake up one day and decide to go use food banks? So I say, and I say to the Shadow Chancellor, he's been in very prominent positions in this House. The pure fiction that he has come out with today from some parallel universe, I ask him seriously to consider, and the Honourable Gentleman knows I have worked with him in the past, but I really do not think that he has done justice. What the government, the opposition should have done today is had the decency to apologise. Apologise for 14 years of failure, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we've not heard one acknowledgement of that. But do you think their constituents really buy that? Or people out there are suddenly going to forget 14 years of the devastation that they have brought to our communities? Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome this budget after 14 years that provides real investment into our NHS, over 25 billion, so that my constituents and constituents of other members will not have to wait weeks on end before they can see a GP. That provides billions into our education, so that every child in my constituency will have the best start to education and the best start to life. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would of course like this budget to go further, to address poverty further, and I look forward to working with ministers, because I think there is a journey still to travel. This is just the foundation. Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you. When the Chancellor introduced her budget, one of the things she said was, change must be felt. Well, this budget will be felt, but not in a good way in many instances. My constituency of North Antrim is peppered with small businesses, employing 10, 12 people. They are the victims of this budget, because they are now going to be soaked with additional tax on jobs. And that is not going to bring change that will be felt in a good way. That is going to diminish employment in my constituency. My constituency has also got many, many family farms. They will not feel this budget in a good way, because inheritance tax is going to put many of them, their futures, in jeopardy. Small family farms are asset rich, but they are more often than not cash poor. And therefore, how on earth will they ever meet the huge imposition that's been put upon them in inheritance tax? Yes, a good one.
Well, remember, in realising that in the Northern Ireland average farm income in the past year is at £27,345, it doesn't exactly leave those family farms a lot of slack, never mind to live on, never mind meeting inheritance tax bills.
Well, it illustrates the point of how impossible and unfair it is to say to family farms, and it doesn't take a lot of acreage to be worth £1 million, to say to them, you may have the assets, you don't have the income, but you must pay HMRC the inheritance tax. So what do? You sell off part of the farm. What does that do? Diminishes production. It diminishes the food production. It diminishes the viability of the farm. And that will be how this budget will be felt in many family farms. Likewise, this budget will be felt in a negative way for new home buyers on stamp duty, with the removal of the threshold reductions. New purchasers are going to now pay significantly more in tax to buy a new home. That is not going to be felt well by those people. In terms of the budget allocation to Northern Ireland, back in 2012, the government accepted a national barometer of need. It through Professor Holton, set out what was needed in each part of this nation. What £100 could buy in public services in England was then translated into, because of smaller size, etc., what it took in the rest of the United Kingdom. It was £105 in Scotland, £115 in Wales, and £121 in Northern Ireland. This budget, yes, it provides for Wales, according to the Block Grant Transparency document, £120 per £100 in England. But in Northern Ireland, we continue to be just at need. Why is there that uplift for some parts of the United Kingdom and not for others? And I say, also in respect of Northern Ireland, we have no guarantee of meeting need beyond 26-27. That is not assured in this budget. And I ask for my constituents what has been afforded to the constituents of Wales, an uplift on need so that they can properly see their public services provided for.
Interventions just fundamentally prevent other colleagues from contributing, so let's be mindful. Ruth Cadbury.
Deputy Speaker. As Chair of the Transport Committee, my remarks in this budget debate will focus on transport, a sector that's essential to deliver the Labour government's missions on growth, decarbonisation and to improve our health. And on these, the party opposite dodged the tough decisions and kicked the can down the potholed road. As the Chancellor said, just as in 1945 and in 1997, it's up to the Labour Party to clear up their mess. Madam Deputy Speaker, on rail, I welcome the investment for the HS2 tunnel to Euston, the Transpennine route upgrade on East West Rail and the Marston Vale line. And I'm also delighted that combined authorities, local councils and directly elected mayors will get funding for supertrams and mass transit projects. The £485 million to Transport for London for rolling stock on the Piccadilly and Elizabeth lines will be particularly welcome in my constituency across London, but also in Derby and Goole, where the jobs are being created and protected. My committee will take great interest in how these projects are delivered, that they're done on time, on budget and in a way that will help the UK catch up and compete with the best transport systems from around the world. Madam Deputy Speaker, colleagues from across this House have told me about the importance of local bus services, whether for work, study or shopping, and they are a lifeline for town centres, so I welcome the £1 billion funding boost and bus services being put in the hands of local communities. I'm pleased a bus fare cap has been retained so that next month's cliff edge has been avoided, but I hope the government will come forward soon with a long-term solution for the revenue funding of buses across England outside London. Madam Deputy Speaker, motorists will welcome the freeze to fuel duty. The previous Transport Committee, however, concluded that the government must start an honest conversation with the public on how to maintain funding for roads and other essential public services as EV use increases while fossil fuel vehicles decrease. And this will mean a decline in fuel duty for the Exchequer. So I do hope the front benches will work together on this challenge, which will only become ever more urgent. And in respect of the role of transport in decarbonisation, I'm pleased the Chancellor is increasing air passenger duty on private jets. But I also hope the government will address the electricity grid capacity challenge to ensure there's adequate power for when and where it's needed to provide, among other things, confidence in electric vehicle take-up. This was a major infrastructure issue ducked by the previous government. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased the Chancellor has seized the mantle of investment to put our country on a strong footing for the future.
Borden.
Deputy Speaker, it is an honour to speak in this debate in response to the first ever budget delivered by a female Chancellor. There is no doubt the government had some really tough decisions to make after inheriting a mess caused by the reckless economic mismanagement of the previous government. But we are also still reeling from the economic disaster that the previous government pushed us into with their Brexit fantasy.
Yesterday's OBR report estimates that Brexit will cost the UK 4% of GDP per year, imports and exports down by 15%. So the predicted GDP growth of 2% next year pales in comparison. And if we are serious about economic growth, we absolutely have to improve our trading relationship with Europe. And we in this House need to be brave enough to have that conversation. But back to the budget. Along with my Liberal Democrat colleagues, I'm glad the Chancellor has listened to our calls for investment and support for the NHS and has promised a cash injection to start repairing the damage done to local health services. I also welcome a £1 billion capital investment. My local hospital in Torbay has the ultimate Liberal Democrat case study of despair, with sewage leaking inside the hospital, over 700 times at the last count. Investment in rotting and broken buildings is vital and will ultimately help get our creaking country back on its feet. The lack of discussion around social care is a gaping hole, and Liberal Democrats have been calling loudly for a cross-party conversation. Free personal care could deliver annual savings for the NHS of up to £3.3 billion by 2031. Yes, it will cost money, but it's this kind of investment we need to repair our health service. In the spirit of offering constructive opposition to the new government, I would like to highlight two areas that will affect my constituency considerably. The first, agricultural property relief. Having seen the front pages, I'm sure the Chancellor is well aware of the distress and fury this has caused in rural communities like my constituency of South Devon. It is simply tin-eared to say we can't afford farmers to die tax-free. We can't afford to lose more farms. They are the backbone of our rural economy and fundamentally important for national food supply. I'd also like to raise the issue of the tax relief offered to the hospitality, leisure and tourism sector. These businesses have struggled since the pandemic to recover while carrying the burden of rising energy prices, interest rates and staff shortages. We urge the government to go further on business rate reform by fundamentally overhauling a system that is destroying our high streets and town centres. The Liberal Democrats believe that there are much fairer ways of raising the money needed rather than hitting small businesses. Our manifesto sets out our calls for a fairer tax system, including raising money by reversing the Conservatives' tax cuts on the big banks or by asking the tech companies, oil and gas companies to pay more. And they could have gone further on capital gains tax for the top 0.1%.
Stewart. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by congratulating the members for Huddersfield, North Somerset and Wrexham for their excellent maiden speeches. I'd also like to congratulate my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, for delivering what I have concluded is one of the most consequential budgets in a generation. In this budget, we have reset the nation's finances and wiped the slate clean so that we can deliver the change that we promised in the general election. Now, given the dire state of the public finances, we have had to take some very difficult decisions to balance the books. But as we set out in our manifesto, we will never play fast and loose with the public finances, and we will deliver economic stability, unlike the party opposite. And despite the circumstances we inherited, there is so much in this budget that will change our country for the better. Record investment in the NHS, a pay rise for 3 million workers, fully funded compensation for the post office scandal and the infected blood scandal, the biggest increase in the carers allowance ever. And there is so much more, a down payment on the change we offered to the electorate at the general election. Now, given the time constraints, I am going to focus on education. As a former maths teacher, I'm all too familiar with the problems that plague our state schools. For a long time, school staff have been stretching themselves extremely thin to meet the needs of their students. Like butter spread over too much bread, I have seen it firsthand. It shouldn't be this hard. And so I welcome with open arms the investment in education. The £2.3 billion increase to the core schools budget will increase funding per pupil in real terms. This budget commits us to recruit thousands of new teachers in key subjects. Every child deserves to be taught by a qualified teacher in every subject. Students also deserve to be taught in school buildings that won't collapse. The £2.1 billion announced to improve the condition of the school estate is very welcome. And I have also met with parents in my constituency, from Farnley to Robin Hood, from Wortley to Tingley, and I've heard about their experiences with the SEND system. Some of their stories are devastating. I've seen it as a teacher, the system is failing. So the £1 billion announced by the Chancellor for SEND provision is a big step in the right direction for families across Leeds South West and Morley. Every child, SEND or otherwise, deserves the opportunity to succeed in education. With time so short, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a budget that lays the foundations to rebuild education and to rebuild Britain. This is a budget that unapologetically invests in Britain's future. The people of Leeds South West and Morley voted for change in July. This budget delivers that and then some. Thank you.
Callum Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If there was one phrase that occurred repeatedly on the doorstep in Bicester and Woodstock during the general election, it was, "I've always voted Conservative, but I'm never doing that again." Yeah. Voters talked about a cost of living crisis, high interest rates raising mortgages and rents, stealth taxes hitting low-income pensioners, and blamed that on Conservative ministers who were more interested in holding office than in governing well. So I'm in no doubt that this new Labour government inherited a poisoned chalice and has, as the Chancellor said in her speech, faced some tough choices. Today's debate is focused on protecting working people. My constituents in Bicester and Woodstock have shared with me their views on how well the Chancellor's choices have met that goal. Most prominent in the Chancellor's tax changes were the increases to employer national insurance contributions. I spoke to the owners of a small cafe and leisure business in my constituency. They employ a small team of staff, many of whom have been with them for years. Few of them work full-time. Some are students or school pupils who work one shift. Taking together employer NICs and the failure to reform business rates, they told me that this budget will take them to the edge financially. So I regret that the Chancellor did not listen to the recommendations of the Liberal Democrats to raise taxes from those with the broadest shoulders, reversing the tax cut the Conservatives gave to the big banks, or levying a modest tax on social media companies. The Chancellor said there would be no rises for working people, but small business owners in my constituency would disagree. 2 weeks ago, the NAO reported that the SEND system was broken. I managed to speak in the urgent question debate on that report and spoke about Zach, who lives in my constituency and whose young life has been deeply affected by the shortcomings in the SEND system. Both of Zach's parents have had to stop work and move on to universal credit so they can care for and educate Zach at home. So I welcome the £1 billion in new funding to help local authorities address SEND deficits. But we need to do more than this. We need a much more ambitious approach to improve the support we give to young people and their families. Liberal Democrats support the Chancellor's commitment to public sector investment after years of neglect under the previous government. So I welcome the Chancellor's confirmation that she had committed to funding the East-West Rail project that runs through my constituency. However, the documents provided so far by the Treasury and the Department for Transport do not clarify whether a share of that new funding will be ring-fenced to keep the London Road in Bicester open. The new railway will close this road, which connects our town. Since 2021, as a county councillor and now as an MP, I've been pressing East West Rail and ministers to commit to funding this. In that time, there have been 4 Prime Ministers, 5 Rail Ministers. I hope this new government will now commit to finding solutions that will avoid Bicester being cut into.
Debbie Abrahams. Deputy Speaker, can I start with extending my huge congratulations to everybody who's given a maiden speech today. And also a massive congratulations to my honourable friend, right honourable friend, the Work and Pension Secretary, for her opening speech today, as well as obviously the Chancellor in her budget. I think this was an incredibly progressive budget. It recognised the real hardship that families on low incomes have faced over the last 14 years and addressed those through extending and uplifting the living wage, to also looking at deductions for people on universal credit and the standard allowance. Reducing those deductions is a significant burden on people on the lowest income, including those on work. And ultimately what we will do around increasing the personal tax allowance, again an important point in terms of increasing people's incomes. Getting Britain back to working is an important endeavour, and I entirely support this. We must recognise that we have nearly 3 million people who are out of, not in work or education or training, and of working age, who are not in any of those occupations because they are not well. And what we have seen over the last decade, but particularly over the last 7 years, is a declining life expectancy and healthy life expectancy for areas like mine and for women in particular. And that means that people who are expected to work aren't in a position to work. So coupling the work, the investment with the NHS, this will make a massive difference in terms of not only addressing our poor health, our ill health. We are a poorly nation, but it'll also mean that we can help to grow our economy. I wanted to touch on a report that was produced about 7 years ago now, but it is absolutely still relevant, and if anything, I think the analysis that they undertook has probably increased. So the 2018, so 6 years ago, Health is Wealth report by the Northern Health Science Alliance argued that to improve our productivity and growth, we must improve our health. And these are from really eminent epidemiologists and public health academics who had brought the other evidence together to enable them to make these estimations. And they calculated, as I say, that improving the health of the North to the rest of England would increase productivity by 13.2 billion a year. So I would urge the government to consider updating this piece of work, but also to consider how we're going to ensure that our NHS allocations reflect the health need in these areas.
Order.
Here. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a budget of broken promises. 88% of my constituency of South Northamptonshire is agricultural land. The reforms to agricultural property relief and business property relief will effectively be the end of the family farm. On Back British Farming Day 2 months ago, members opposite proudly stood by the Massey Ferguson outside the palace. But farming is more than a photo opportunity. Careful environmental stewardship that comes from long-term family ownership is put at risk by this policy. The impact also extends to tenant farmers. If the availability of land to rent is reduced as a result of carving up all our small farms, new entrant farmers who will begin their careers on let holdings are denied their opportunity to start, just at the point when we should be encouraging them for the future. I would urge honourable and right honourable members, as well as anyone else watching this debate, to join the thousands of others in signing our petition to stop this. The village pub is another core pillar of my rural constituency. I spoke recently in Westminster Hall about the essential importance of these institutions to the rural way of life and how this government should continue the 75% business rate relief. So I'm very disappointed to see that this rate will be cut to 40%, particularly at a time when many rural pubs are struggling to remain viable. All this while the Chancellor increases employer national insurance contributions, causing great distress amongst the hospitality industry. This tax hike will result in jobs lost, small and medium-sized businesses squeezed, and enterprise damaged. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor appears to be punch drunk on Labour's election victory, but the British public are going to suffer the ultimate hangover. Can I also just stress one point for caution? As the Vice Chair on the APPG for Investment Fraud and Fairer Financial Services, whilst I appreciate the Chancellor is wanting to make sure everyone pays what they owe and in a timely fashion, I would urge that the government make sure that any victims of historic pension and investment fraud are protected. Enforcement action against victims should be suspended, and HMRC should be instructed to use its wide discretion in debt forgiveness. HMRC should focus on pursuing those who orchestrated the schemes and recover stolen funds from the fraudsters rather than targeting the victims. Madam Deputy Speaker, the markets dislike this budget, my constituents will be penalised with this budget, so who wants the budget? Is this really what my opposite members wanted? To the many members who now represent rural constituencies, I ask, did they stand for election to end the family farm? To those members who owe their seats to pensioners showing up in huge numbers at the polling stations, Did you vote and make stand to make them cold this winter? Madam Deputy Speaker, we on this side will not relent in our opposition to this catalogue of broken...
Emily Darlington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, I would like to congratulate those who made their maiden speeches, fantastic places right across the UK. And given today's theme is about protecting working people, I thought it'd be worth reminding those opposite of the real impact of the last 14 years of failure. 3 million people using a food bank. More than 700,000 children plunged into poverty. Mortgage costs nearly doubled. Worst pay rises since the 1950s. Disabled people committing suicide due to reforms to the benefits. Mental health worse than any time on record. More people sleeping rough and more families without their own home. The party opposite continues to deny, justify and refuse to apologise to these people right across the country and in my constituency of Milton Keynes Central. Yeah. It is time for a new deal for the people of the UK. In fact, it's what they voted for. And just as New Deals have historically pulled countries out of darkness, this budget aims to do the same. Just as President Roosevelt said, if we test our progress is not to whether we add more to abundance to those who already have much, it is whether we provide enough to those who have too little. And like FDR's plan, that is what this budget does. It immediately gives economic relief through an increase in minimum wage, raising thresholds on carers allowance, making the benefits system more understanding of circumstances, and £1 billion to those with special educational needs. It also makes sure that we're funding our recovery, funding and prioritising science and innovation for further education, infrastructure, making housing affordable, bringing down the cost of energy, expanding our childcare. But it also promises to build back better with reform in our public services. So from the 14 years of failure by the party opposite to the ambition, hope and stability that this budget will bring for Britain and its people.
Lydia Amos.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the budget announcement last week, of course, was welcome in the investment it was putting into the National Health Service. And on these benches, we welcome that, as we welcome the fact that clawing back of money from carers, because the government in many cases made a mistake, will also be addressed. And the raising of the earnings limit, also very welcome, as my honourable friend, the member for Torbay, made clear, are welcome on these benches. But in Taunton and Somerset, we're waiting to know whether Musgrove Park Hospital and its buildings built for the US Army in 1940 as temporary buildings, but still serving as a maternity unit, with 30-degree heat in the summer causing staff to faint and rain coming through holes in the roof the rest of the year. We're waiting to hear whether that project will make it into the £3.1 billion investment plans, and we very much hope it will be. The hospital need to know so they can plan. I recognise, though, of course, the government was and is seeking investment certainty and a kind of stability of economic policy that is something we haven't seen in recent years in this country. That aim, at least, is a world away from the empty stunt of the Conservative government that promised Taunton a whole new hospital, completely unfounded on any kind of reality whatsoever. That was a disgrace, and we need a more stable investment landscape. So investment is welcome, but it has to drive growth. It has to bring investment from the private sector. So in my constituency, the opening of Wellington and Clumpton stations is an absolute priority. No other project is so close to the end of its design, detailed design, and has such a strong benefit-cost ratio of 3.67 on the Treasury's own figures. The knock-on housing, transport, employment, investment benefits are huge. But sadly, while it's on hold, 2% inflation on a £25 million project is costing us £1,600 a day, every day that it's paused since July. And the Chancellor of the Exchequer told me, Madam Deputy Speaker, in July from the dispatch box that the station would go ahead. And I very much hope she won't be disappointed. Even though whilst I've been sitting in this chamber, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister for Rail has deferred and cancelled the meeting with MPs on rail projects, which is an alarming development, which I hope will soon be reversed. As well as rail in my constituency and in Somerset as a whole, the government have saved £2.5 billion from scrapping the two big road projects in Somerset, which means the bypass for Henlade and Thornfalcon really must happen. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, as has been said by my honourable friends, the burden for this investment should not fall on the small business. It should fall on the big banks, the big energy companies and the social media giants, and that's what the Liberal Democrats would do. Thank you.
Sally Jameson.
Speaker, I am proud that our Labour government is taking the crucial steps towards fixing the foundations of our economy whilst protecting working people and supporting struggling households. We were elected on a manifesto of change, and last week we proved to our constituents that we would make good on this promise. But what is so important and what struck me about the government's budget is the commitment to justice. Justice for victims of the infected blood scandal, justice for victims of the Post Office Horizon IT scandal who will now receive the compensation they deserve, and crucially for my constituency in Doncaster Central, justice for our former mine workers on the mine worker pension scheme who will now get the money that is rightfully theirs. And I want to pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Barnsley South for her long-standing campaign on this matter. Having not too long ago spoken to some miners from Markham Main who powered our country, I know how much it means to right this historical injustice, and I am proud that it is a Labour government that has done so. This is why I am also thrilled to see our Labour government progress our industrial future and commit such a high level of investment in green energy projects. This funding will support those skilled job opportunities that industrial cities like Doncaster need. The British Jobs Bonus will help support clean power businesses who offer good jobs, such as Clean Power Hydrogen in Doncaster, who not only offer those skilled work opportunities, but also support production in green hydrogen. The budget offers Doncaster a chance to once again power the country and bolster our industrial offering. Because the green transition is not just about climate change and protecting our planet, but it provides an opportunity for growth and offers a skills revolution and provides the opportunities which will keep our city and our country powered well into the future. Because growth in cities like mine is going to be critical in the coming years, so that we set up an economy for the future which benefits every corner of the country and every region. And I will, of course, be fighting over the coming days, weeks, months and years to make sure Doncaster and South Yorkshire businesses get their fair share. Because the funding and prosperity that we deserve has long been denied under the last government, and we deserve to thrive and be part of Britain's drive to become a clean energy superpower and dominate the global race in this growing vital industry. Thank you.
Ben Obsi-Jecti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This Labour government pledged that taxes wouldn't be increased on working people. They couldn't even stick to that. It doesn't matter how cleverly worded the manifesto was, these tax raises are undoubtedly not in the spirit of the sentiment on which Labour's entire election campaign was founded. Small businesses have been left reeling by the measures imposed upon them. Duncan Blake is a GP at the Priory Fields practice in Huntingdon. I recently visited the practice and discussed some of the challenges that they currently face. He warned how the increase in national insurance contributions and lowering the thresholds will only serve to undermine access and patient care, in addition to the significant financial pressures GP practices already face. GP practices like Priory Fields are wedded to the NHS, dependent upon them for funding. There is no ability to increase prices to absorb these increased costs. GP practices aren't eligible for employment allowance and so will bear the full brunt of these rises. Why are the government not treating GP practices like other parts of the NHS and reimbursing these costs?
Would my honourable friend give way?
I will give way.
Does my honourable friend agree that, as well as businesses and GP surgeries that are impacted by this increase in employer national insurance contributions, it's also charities that will be impacted? Charities like the Children's Trust in Tadworth, in my constituency, that are the leading charity providing support to children with brain injury, they now have to find an additional significant tax liability.
Interventions really must be brief. I think the honourable lady's made her point.
I do agree with my honourable friend. In my constituency, farmers have been left reeling by the government's ruinous family farms tax, effectively ending the family farm by their reckless slashing of agricultural property relief. And yet the government have repeatedly claimed that there will be no tax rises on working people. Are the government honestly suggesting that farmers aren't working people? Those on the government benches made repeated assurances over the past year. The duplicity from the party opposite on this issue is breathtaking. At last year's Country Land and Business Association conference, the now Environment Secretary stated that we have no intention of changing APR. The CLA have said that it would harm 70,000 UK farms, declaring it a betrayal that puts dynamite beneath the livelihoods of British farming. The Prime Minister and the Environment Secretary were more than happy to leverage support from the countryside with glossy photo shoots of rambling around the countryside and designer wellies. Indeed, the Prime Minister was very eager to make his pitch to rural communities during his Country Life article and photo shoot in September last year. The need for stability now is urgent. Farmers need to plan for the long term more than ever before. I doubt farmers are expecting that long-term planning to include being forced to sell 20% of their farms, making them unviable, or taking a 20% loan to cover those costs, potentially saddling the next generation with debts that farming is not profitable enough to repay. Only yesterday, the Chancellor stated on the BBC that only a very small number of agricultural properties will be affected. A £1 million farm is 100 acres. According to DEFRA's agricultural fact summary published the day after the budget on the 31st of October, the average UK farm size is just over 200 acres. How can the Chancellor make her claim when the relevant government department itself has contradicted her position? Given the speed and alacrity with which the Energy Secretary has covered the countryside with solar panels, it should come as no surprise that the government is so eager to force farmers out of business, freeing up swathes of the countryside to be sold to developers for more of the same. The government will be forced into rowing back on this policy, whether it be now or after the visual spectacle of demonstrating farmers blockading Parliament Square with tractors. I urge the government to do the right thing now, rather than be forced to in a few weeks.
Luke Charters.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend I held a surgery in Cotmanthorpe at the St Giles Centre, a great place which started with a coffee morning and ended with a beer festival. Thankfully, I was not misunderstood when requesting a strong brew. But sadly, I heard some sobering stories from my constituents. One constituent stuck in housing full of damp, another battling for an EHCP plan, a sub-postmaster yet to receive compensation. These are the everyday tragedies our constituents face after 14 years of failure. This budget mattered to them because people have been let down far too long. The historic budget, the first ever delivered by a woman, rose to the challenge. Now, working people want the government to give them bang for their buck. We said we'd protect working people's pay slips, and that's exactly what we did. Let me start with education. I know the pressure schools faced under the Tories, not least as my wife is a genuinely inspirational teacher. So I'm pleased we've turned the page, whether it's the £2.3 billion in the core schools budget, recruiting new teachers, or action on the RAC crisis. Now, another brief story from a constituent who wrote to me about their child, unable to attend school full-time since the start of 2023 due to insufficient funding to support their additional needs. Because of the crisis in SEND funding, as every day goes by, they lose crucial opportunities to develop key social skills. But the extra £1 billion in funding we've committed to, a 6% real terms increase, will change that. Our schools will get the support they need under this Labour government. Now, my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, opened this debate. And I know that the Labour government, as it did in 1997 to 2010, will do everything in its power to bring down poverty. I'm also delighted to see that there will be extra dedicated resource to tackling fraudsters. Just recently, after the Crown prosecutors prosecuted an advanced organised crime group that defrauded the taxpayers on an industrial scale when it came to benefits fraud. I welcome the announcement when it comes to anti-fraud funding. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm proud that the Government is making the most of a tough economic inheritance and meeting the needs of my constituents. I do, however, welcome the Right Honourable Member for North West Essex's previous comments on budgets. She praised fuel duty, she backed building more homes, welcome extra pothole funding and supported increase in the national living wage. So I presume her first appearance at the dispatch box as Leader of the Opposition on Wednesday will be to welcome the budget. I know that our budget is a down payment to get our future back. It will protect working people and we should be proud of it. Thank you.
Hobhouse. Deputy Speaker, this year in Bath alone, over 4,000 patients were waiting over 12 hours in A&E. Getting seen quickly can be a matter of life and death. With a lot of extra funding now coming forward, my constituents in Bath must see tangible change quickly. I welcome the extra investment into the NHS, but I would have liked to hear direct mention of eating disorder services in the budget. Eating disorders are a national emergency. They have the highest mortality rate among mental health disorders, with over 1.2 million sufferers in the UK. And the illness has been at an alarming rise, especially since COVID. Yet the services and the funding are a fraction of what is required. Between 2015 and 2019, for example, eating disorders accounted for just 1% of the UK's mental health research funding. Charities are becoming completely overwhelmed amid NHS capacity issues. The charity Sweden and my constituency saw a 150% increase in people seeking support in 2023 compared to pre-pandemic figures. We cannot depend on charities to plug this gap. It is unforgivable that since the targets for waiting times for child and adolescent eating disorder services were set in 2021, they have never been achieved for an urgent referral. At the end of 2023-24, more than 10,000 children had entered treatment for an eating disorder, but 12% of those were waiting over 3 months, 3 times the target for a routine referral. Even more alarmingly, an access and waiting time standard does not even exist for adults. Delays to eating disorder treatment can be fatal. Some sufferers are now being told that they are too ill to be treated and only get treatment is offered for palliative care. This is tragic and totally unacceptable. Eating disorders are treatable and sufferers can make a full recovery. It is shameful beyond words to give up on them. I urge the government to take eating disorders seriously and ensure that services are meeting the need of sufferers and the funding is made available that is so desperately needed. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would have liked to say some more about care providers, but I don't have any time. I urge the government to look at care providers in the round and not just make exemption for public service providers. Thank you. Deirdre Costigan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by congratulating the new Leader of the Opposition on her election? She said she's going to be honest about what her party got wrong over the last 14 years. But I listened to her on TV yesterday and all she would admit was that under her party, standards had started to slip. Standards had started to slip. Well, that's the understatement of the decade. 7 million people on NHS waiting lists, taxes at a 70-year high, mortgages shooting up by hundreds of pounds overnight. That's not standards slipping. That's taking a wrecking ball to our public services and to our economy. And that's why people voted for change. This Labour budget starts to deliver that change. Instead of austerity, we're choosing investment in public services. Instead of economic chaos, we're choosing growth. And to pay for it, because clearing up their mess has to be paid for, we're choosing to protect working people's pay packets with no increase in national insurance or income tax in working people's pay packets. In fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are 7,200 people in Ealing Southall who are on the national minimum wage, and all of them will see more money in their pay packet because of this Labour budget. Raising the youth rate to £10 an hour is also a great first step to achieving equality for young workers in Ealing Southall. And hundreds of carers in Ealing Southall will be able to earn more money and still get their allowance. Now, last month I visited West Ealing Job Centre, which is the biggest in West London. Over 170 staff work there. But when I asked what help a disabled person could get to go back to work, they didn't have an answer. As a trade unionist, I represented disabled workers for many years, and so many of them wanted to work but were pushed out of their job because there was no support. There are 3 million people off work on long-term sickness absence, and many would love to work, but the health service isn't set up to support them, and job centres don't have the right tools to help. That's why I welcome this Labour budget's investment of £240 million to get Britain working. Many of my constituents in Ealing South want a job, but they need help with English, they need help with the CV, they need mental health support. So the Secretary of State's plan to bring job centres, career service and skills providers and health services together will make a huge difference. Now, although today's debate is about working people, litter and fly tipping is so important to my residents, and well-run councils like Ealing are facing severe budget pressures. The Spring Comprehensive Spending Review is an opportunity to ensure Ealing has the resources to deliver for residents, from cleaning the streets to social care. Madam Deputy Speaker, austerity and economic chaos was the choice of the previous Conservative government. And if the opposition would like to make different choices, this is their chance to put those choices forward. We've heard nothing today. This Labour government is proudly and purposely choosing growth, choosing investment in public services and choosing protecting working people's pay packets.
Thank you, Betty. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor's budget last week was a shocking demonstration of economic illiteracy, because the government opposite often speaks about growth, but all the budget showed was a disdain for wealth creators, and it betrayed family businesses and farmers, reminiscent of the damage that the Labour Party caused in the 1970s. And we on this side of the House know that you cannot tax your way to growth. And my constituents in Meriden and Solihull East are particularly dismayed by the trail of broken manifesto commitments, and also the highest debt burden and the highest tax burden, putting taxes up to £40 billion. They're particularly angry about the disdain shown for our rural communities and small businesses, which the government often talks about being the lifeblood of our communities, but these are more than just a slogan. And I will focus on farming in the limited time that I've got, because as a proud representative of a number of family farms, I speak on behalf of many constituents who are appalled by the budget. Our farmers work 7 days a week, 365 days a year to keep food on our table, and they nurture our green and pleasant lands. And they work no matter what the weather, and are vulnerable to it like no other worker or industry in the country. And the Chancellor argues that this tax on family farms is necessary to support our public services, but she clearly fails to recognise that those farmers also provide a public service. They put food on our tables, they ensure our food security, and they protect our rural heritage. The Chancellor's betrayal of our rural communities with this family farm tax will have damaging consequences for farmers and everyone in the country. And I welcome the interventions from Jeremy Clarkson and the NFU President Tim Bradshaw, who argued today about the deepening mental health crisis in our rural communities. And the Chancellor must recognise that farming is not a hobby or a pastime for the landed classes. It is an engine that drives our food security and sustains our rural communities. And farmers do not have huge bank accounts to pay death tax bills, and this budget will lead to an exodus of farmers, undermining our food security and make everyone more vulnerable to global instability. And I just wish that we shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this happened, of course, because the Labour Party in their manifesto only gave 87 words to the farming industry, and I thought that was particularly disrespectful. I would talk about the billions that our small businesses contribute to our high streets, but I just want to talk about fuel duty, because I was proud, and my honourable friend from Mid-Buckinghamshire was very kind to me, but it was 73 Conservative members of Parliament who wrote to the Chancellor, along with 131,000 people who signed the petition. Just 2 weeks ago, there was briefings from the government that they were going to raise fuel duty by 7 pence. We were able to force that U-turn and make sure that we protected fuel duty. So finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, what does this Labour Party stand for? Because it doesn't stand for small businesses on the high street. It doesn't stand for our farms or our rural communities. It doesn't stand for hard-working families. It certainly doesn't stand for working people.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to firstly congratulate my honourable friends who have given their maiden speeches today. I'm proud to stand in support of this Labour budget, the first Labour budget in 14 years and the first presented by a female Chancellor. And this Labour budget delivers the largest budget settlement for the Scottish Government in the history of devolution. It means an additional £1.5 billion for the Scottish Government to spend this financial year and an additional £3.4 billion next year. That's a UK Labour Government delivering for Scotland a total £47.7 billion for Scotland's budget in 25-26. And it's notable that on yet another day debating the budget, not a single member from the SNP has chosen to grace these green benches. This is a budget that keeps our promises to the people of Scotland, ends the era of austerity and provides billions for investment in our public services. And it is, Madam Deputy Speaker, a truly redistributive budget which ensures those who have the least benefit the most. I know that the word redistribution will not be welcome with some members opposite, but I would suggest that the vast majority of constituents of mine who reside in Paisley and Renfrewshire South do not have the luxury of private jet travel. They would be happy with an improvement to the bus service between Johnson and Paisley, which of course the Scottish Government at Holyrood might be able to deliver if they choose to invest this record-breaking settlement on our public services. I would, in my remaining time, like to welcome the massive improvement in the national living wage, a 6.7% increase to the national living wage delivered in this budget. That's £1,400 on average for a full-time worker, a significant move towards delivering a genuine living wage and one that will directly benefit over 3,800 people across Renfrewshire. So the SNP now must ensure that this additional funding is provided directly for our public services, that it reaches the front line, bringing down the waiting lists in our NHS, raising attainment in our schools and investing in our local services, bridging the £585 million budget gap facing our local councils in Scotland. I commend the budget to this House. Thank you.
Manuela Perdigella.
Madam Deputy Speaker, while I welcome aspects of the budget, including investment for the NHS and the review of the carers' allowance, I want to express my deep concern about the negative impact this budget will have on family farms and rural communities. Farmers in my constituency of Stratford-on-Avon are already navigating immense financial challenges, from the rising cost of machinery and equipment to the punishing weather patterns with repeated heat waves and flooding, and now to the increases in national insurance contributions and the changes to the agricultural property relief. For Derek Wilkinson, one of the hard-working farmers in my constituency, the national insurance contribution increases could mean £490,000 in extra costs this year alone, which will reduce the amount of money for investment in the farm. With the changes to the agricultural property relief, the government risks imposing a family farm tax that could sound the death knell for countless of small family-owned farms across the UK. Farming is a way of life and is often passed on from generation to generation, but the next generation of farmers faces a tax bill just to be able to continue to farm. These changes are not only unfair, but deeply short-sighted. Without support, family farms will increasingly fall into the hands of large multinational corporations, eroding our rural communities and threatening our domestic food security. For example, this is because, as one of my family farming constituents wrote to me today, land value is much higher than the earning capacity it holds. And if they were to sell part of land or another asset to pay the tax bill, it would render their business unviable. Farmers are not only custodians of the land, they are the backbone of our rural economy. Yet, under this budget, they will be forced to make painful cuts or, in the worst cases, to sell their land. The government should focus on reversing tax cuts for the big banks and asking large corporations like the social media giants to pay their fair share, rather than placing the burden on hard-working farmers and rural businesses. Madam Deputy Speaker, if we truly value our farmers, we must protect not only their ability to continue to farm and plan for succession, but also Britain's proud tradition of small, independent family farms, farms with roots stretching back generations. Farmed land is not merely a financial asset. It's a legacy of community, stewardship, sustainability, and high standards of food production. We must stand by our rural communities and ensure family farms have the support they need to thrive for generations to come. So I urge the government to review their policy so that family farms are not penalised.
Sarah Hall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a budget for change, a budget that recognises the need to fix the foundations of our economy. For too long, millions of people across the country have been denied opportunities to work and build a better life. Too many children are growing up in poverty, harming their life chances. In Warrington South, there are now 1,000 more children in poverty than there were in 2015, and more than 68% of those children come from a home where a parent works. Sadly, in some parts of my constituency, child poverty rates are as high as 43%. But poverty is not just a statistic. Behind every number is a person. Poverty is a barrier that stands between potential and reality, between dreams and opportunity. And it is unacceptable that there are parents and carers in Warrington South who go hungry just to ensure their children can have an evening meal. Poverty affects every aspect of a person's life, from your average life expectancy, your general health, your social well-being, what grades you can achieve at school, and your ability to contribute to society. Across Warrington South and across the country, people were badly let down by the last government with its legacy of economic chaos, falling living standards, and broken public services. I therefore welcome this government's plans to tackle these issues, driving down poverty and rebuilding our public services. This is a budget that protects the payslips of working people and will boost pay for over 3 million of the lowest paid workers with an increase to the minimum wage. It's a plan to get Britain working again with trailblazing devolution agreements in work and skills. More than £20 billion in additional funding for the NHS to cut waiting times, increase appointments and help get people back to work. And of course, I look forward to meeting with the Health Secretary to discuss Warrington Hospital. We will employ more teachers to support the next generation to achieve their full potential and roll out breakfast clubs across the country, because no child should go to school hungry. We are supporting people across Warrington South by preserving the pension triple lock and increasing pensions, reducing the cap on deductions from universal credit, increasing the carers allowance, and providing more than £1 billion in household support funding, allocating an additional £1.8 billion to expand childcare, and allocating additional funding to transform the apprenticeship levy into a growth and skills levy. In July, this country voted for change. We voted to treat people with dignity and respect, to lift up the vulnerable and offer hope and opportunity for all. And this budget marks the first steps in a new direction, and we will fix the foundations and rebuild our public services.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is an old Labour budget. It increases spending by £70 billion a year, funded by an extra £40 billion in taxes and £30 billion in borrowing. I'm sure Jeremy Corbyn is very proud of the Chancellor. This will lead to higher inflation, higher interest rates and higher national debt. Not my words, but the view of the OBR. If the British people had voted for such a budget, I wouldn't like it, but I wouldn't complain. In their manifesto, the Labour Party said they would increase spending by £11 billion. They said their proposals were fully costed and fully funded, and that is the mandate on which they were elected. So where does the figure of £70 billion come from? Because even if you believe the fairy story of the black hole, 11 plus 22 does not equal 70. When my party said Labour's plans would mean a tax rise worth £2,000 for every working family. The Chancellor called us liars. In fairness, we were wrong. The actual figure turns out to be £3,600. Ever since the election, the Chancellor has repeated the canard that her poor economic inheritance justifies these enormous tax and spending increases. But we know Labour always intended to increase taxes and borrowing by far more than they admitted to the British public. This is a budget of broken promises, which will hit my constituency hard. Bridgwater is home to many small and medium-sized businesses. These SMEs are run by people who work hard, generate wealth, and provide employment for others in their community. Their reward from Labour is a tax rise that will cost them £758 a year to employ someone earning the new minimum wage. This will reduce the number of people employed. It will reduce private investment. Labour's increase in inheritance tax is a spiteful attack on those with family businesses and farms. It is an attack on aspiration and enterprise. This government has little understanding that even modest farms require a great deal of capital in the form of land, buildings and machinery. If this is taxed at 20% on the death of the owner, it will lead to family farms being broken up, which will damage our rural communities and undermine Britain's food security. Labour's policies will damage Britain and make us all the poorer.
Paul War. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's clear that a lot of Tories don't like this budget. But that's not because it raises taxes, because after all, they themselves raise taxes to a post-war high. But no, why don't they like it? They don't like it because this budget actually exposes their model of a low-pay, low-investment economy, a model that has totally failed. It failed to produce anything other than anemic growth, dire productivity and broken public services. Amongst the few mea culpas uttered from the opposition benches in the last few days was the admission that the last government had indeed, and I quote, wasted huge amounts of money. But what's just as damning is the huge amounts of talent and potential that they've wasted. People who want to work and actually get the work and the pay and the dignity they deserve under this budget. The Tories let down parents who've been held back by a lack of affordable, costed childcare. They let down young people on the minimum wage. And I'm delighted that the minimum wage is now rising to £10 an hour for 18 to 20-year-olds. They let down people in work on universal credit, people who struggle to feed their families. In Rochdale, the number of children in relative poverty rose from 45% in 2022 to a staggering 49% in 2023. But most damning of all is the spiralling economic inactivity that the Conservatives presided over. A record 2.8 million people locked out of work due to long-term sickness. That's just one reason why the £22 billion this budget directs to the NHS is desperately needed. And by grinding down our public services, the last government piled cost upon cost for ordinary people. Think of the number of people forced to spend thousands of pounds going private for a hip-hop or a knee-op. That's an operation they should have had for free on the NHS. Think of the thousands of pounds of damage to cars caused by potholes on roads left to rot. Think of those forced to fork out for taxis to get to work, to the shops or to hospital because their local bus hasn't turned up or the train has been cancelled. Think of all the experienced talent leaving the NHS, our schools and our police forces because their pay was cut in real terms and they face crippling staff shortages on a daily basis. These are the people to whom we owe a debt of gratitude and of investment. The new leader of the opposition claimed yesterday that Partygate had been overblown. Yet the defining image of Partygate was low-paid cleaners and security staff in number 10 having to clean up the vomit, the broken bottles, the wine stains left behind by an entitled few. This government is now having to clean up the financial mess the Tories have left behind and to fix the public services that they broke.
John Milne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This budget was strongly promoted as a blueprint for growth. So it's come as a considerable surprise to find that the growth forecast for the second half of this Parliament has actually gone down. Somewhere hiding here, there's a much better budget trying to get out. The government has tried to target what is supposed to be bastions of wealth and privilege, but caught in the crossfire are all kinds of people they never meant to touch. The winter fuel payment is supposed to fall on wealthy pensioners who don't really need the money, but it will also hit vulnerable people on a basic $11,500 state pension. VAT on private schooling is supposed to tax the Eatons and Harrows of this world, but it also hits hundreds of smaller schools like Penthorpe in my constituency of Horsham, who play a key role by providing for SEND children, as well as Christ Hospital, a remarkable school which takes 70% of its pupils from disadvantaged backgrounds. There are changes in inheritance tax aimed at wealthy farmers, but this also threatens to wipe out a fantastic tradition of family farming that has literally shaped our countryside over generations. Wherever you look, there's just too much collateral damage. But the biggest rise, the one that's doing all the heavy lifting here, is of course the jump in employers' national insurance. Surely, it wasn't the intention of the Chancellor to undermine GP surgeries, hospices and independent care homes and growing businesses, yet that is exactly what is set to happen. I realise that the last government left so many public services in crisis that it would be impossible to fix everything at once. They raided vital investment funds for day-to-day spending. They never understood that strong public services are just as essential to economic growth as business-friendly regulations. The last Chancellor, the Right Honourable Member for Godalming and Ash, behaved recklessly when he twice cut employee national insurance rates in the teeth of warnings from the International Monetary Fund. He dug the hole, and now the country has slid gently into it. But swinging from one ideological extreme to another is not a solution. This budget feels suspiciously like Labour circa 2000, but at that time the country was in better shape, and the same plan won't work twice. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget is a serious attempt to deal with the crisis in public services, and I respect that. But the original vision has been lost in translation. This is a growth budget, but without the growth. I urge the Chancellor to refocus around her original first principle, growth.
Kira Entwistle.
Deputy Speaker, this budget sets out the first steps in a Work and Pension Secretary's plan to drive up opportunity and drive down poverty in every corner of the land. The choices made in this House have real and lasting consequences, and the state of our country today is a direct result of the party opposite's actions over the last 14 years. In my short time as an MP so far, I have received thousands of correspondence from constituents. A young man recently wrote to me thrilled to have passed his driving theory test, yet the system simply cannot accommodate him. The earliest appointment for a driving test is 6 months away. I've also heard from a father who has been trying for 2 years to find any NHS dentist who will register his young daughter as a patient. And I've had an email from a woman with severe mobility issues trapped in her front room while stuck on a waiting list for suitable social housing. Even if a house does become available, she'll have to compete with other residents because there simply aren't enough affordable homes. These examples paint a picture of life in Britain after 14 years of Conservative failings. Now, under this Labour government and with this new budget, there is at last a glimpse of hope. And I'm delighted that this budget will bring £25 billion into our NHS. Together with my fellow members of Parliament for Bolton, we are determined to fight for local dentist services and to secure development at Royal Bolton Hospital, especially in the maternity unit, where RAC has been detected. I'd also like to highlight the £5 billion for house building and £3.4 billion for the Warm Homes Plan. This investment will provide access to quality, affordable housing for working people, a transformative change for families in my constituency. Following discussions with my honourable friend, the Minister for Local Growth and Building Safety, I'm incredibly proud to announce that we finally have sign-off for investment in Bolton Town Centre. After much uncertainty and confusion caused by the previous government, this funding will be transformative for Bolton, and I'm pleased to see this government taking towns like mine seriously. Finally, we promised not to raise taxes on working people's payslips, and we have kept that promise. I am pleased to share that over 8,700 people in Bolton North East will see a pay rise because of the increase in the minimum wage. Madam Deputy Speaker, our choices matter, and this budget is how we choose to deliver change. This is a budget that invests in our future, revitalises our NHS and builds a fairer, more ambitious Britain.
Before I call the next speaker, I'm planning to call the front bench spokesman at 22, meaning that many members are not going to get in. There will be more budget debate opportunities tomorrow and indeed on Wednesday, but I am going to reduce it to a 2-minute time limit after the next speaker. Nick Timothy.
What a relief, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you. Before the election, Labour promised to increase taxes by £8.5 billion, spending by £9.5 billion and borrowing by £3.5 billion. But last week raised taxes by £40 billion, spending by £76 billion and borrowing by £36 billion. There is no mandate for this budget whatsoever. But I do want to agree with one claim made by the Chancellor, which is true. Our economy does need investment to grow. The pity is that her budget will fail to do it. The Red Book says that the capital budget for the Department for Transport will be cut by 3.1% by 25-26. The Chancellor says she wants to crowd in private investment, but the OBR says her budget crowds it out. And we know much of the public investment will be wasted on the Energy Secretary's schemes. The Chancellor has given him borrowed billions to guarantee returns to investors for technologies the market does not back. And because the Chancellor has changed the accounting rules, something she said she wouldn't do in opposition, we know the cost of failed investments will be hidden, presented as assets with fictional value. And this, Madam Deputy Speaker, is where the Chancellor is leading us to dangerous territory. She's already made government borrowing more expensive, and the bond markets are trickier than they were. British pension funds now only about a quarter of outstanding gilts, and demand is falling as defined benefit schemes have closed and existing schemes mature. And the value of gilts that need to be sold each year is now around £140 billion, which is 5% of GDP. And gilt yields have risen since the budget. And even if interest rates are cut this week, they will stay higher for longer because of her decisions. And for what? The Chancellor admits that growth in GDP per capita will average only 1.2% a year for the rest of the decade. She's taxing family farms, she's taxing businesses and GPs, she's taxing jobs, and businesses are already planning to reduce headcounts. And we know she'll be back for more, because of course she won't cut departmental budgets as she forecasts from 26-27. We know the priority isn't growth, because if it was, she wouldn't have announced such a relentlessly anti-business budget. Instead, we know the priority is Labour's own vested interests. Because if public sector productivity really is the goal, why hose money at the unions without linking pay to reform? And why make it easier to strike? And where is the supply side plan to reduce the cost of building infrastructure? There's no sign the government wants to strip back the cost of the layers of regulation when its beneficiaries are Labour supporting vested interests like environmental and administrative lawyers. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget doesn't fail because of its dishonesty and absence of mandate, but because it fails on its own terms. It taxes and borrows and spends, and its own small print says it will fail to improve growth, wages, public services and the public finances.
Sonia Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Every child deserves access to quality, tailored education, and this budget will better equip schools and early years settings to deliver it. In Dudley, we know 14% of children and young people have SEND support, which is 2% higher than the average. The government is investing £1 billion in SEND, which is crucial and a welcome step towards a more inclusive future for all children. SEND funding isn't just investment in education, it's a foundation for a compassionate society where every child can thrive. But this budget isn't just about education, it's about other public services, including the NHS. Our NHS is a bedrock of community well-being, and additional funding is critical to address the increasing demand from our ageing population and the lasting effects of the pandemic. At the Dudley Group NHS Trust, nearly 50,000 people are currently waiting to start treatment, with only 57% of these patients seen within 18 weeks of the NHS target of 92%. These delays exceed and extend NHS targets, placing a heavy burden on families and individuals alike. By investing in primary care, mental health services and essential technological upgrades, we're equipping the NHS to reduce these waiting times and improve service delivery. Reducing waiting times, enhancing service not improves individuals' lives but reinforces the workforce and productivity. Dudley College of Technology Centre is an advanced manufacturing and engineering technology college and is perfectly positioned in leading and bridging the way for the gap of investment. This centre will anchor the industrials strategy and will change the next generation in higher jobs, transforming Dudley into a hub where tradition meets innovation. Through these investments, Dudley become a central player in UK's journey towards sustainable growth, bolstering our economy and creating high-paid jobs that attract talent. After years of stagnation growth, it's time to push forward with this budget.
Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents will have been listening to the Chancellor last week and will have been hoping for some specifics on new money for our hospital. Stepping Hill remains the #1 concern raised with me both in my inbox and on the doorstep. It has a repairs backlog that is reported to be over £130 million, which is a sad legacy of the last failed government. We've seen buildings having to be knocked down because they were no longer safe. We've got video footage of medics having to wade through flooded corridors because of burst pipes. And within the last fortnight, a couple have shared photos with me of a light fitting that fell from the ceiling in the delivery suite during active labour only minutes before the baby arrived. And yet we were disappointed to have had a letter from the Health Minister within the last couple of weeks to say they were unable to commit the funding needed to fix the problem. And we've had some encouraging indications from the Chancellor about funding, but there is a lack of clarity on what this budget means for Stepping Hill. Our health and social care system is in crisis. We need to ensure everyone can see a GP within 7 days, support our hospices and fund dental services, not subject GPs, hospitals and dentists to a substantial tax rise as the budget has done. And we need to prevent people from needing to go into hospital in the first place and enable them to leave when they're medically fit to do so, not have them waiting on a ward for far too long, waiting for a social care placement to be sorted for them. Real action on social care is essential because without it, the NHS crisis won't end. And I'd really encourage the government to urgently start cross-party talks to make social care sustainable. As Lib Dem Home Affairs spokesperson, I was hoping to hear more about proper community and neighbourhood policing, and if I had another couple of minutes, I would have made a really incisive point about bus fares. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Bill Brickell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This budget is a strong first step in delivering a better future for our country, for towns such as Westford and Horwich, Blackrod and Bolton, and for restoring the trust which is so vital for our democratic system. After all, this is a budget which will increase the national living wage up by £1,400 for a full-time worker, investing £25.6 billion into the NHS so that my constituents can access health services when and where they need them instead of waiting hours on end, and cracking down on fraud, tax avoidance and waste so that every penny of taxpayers' money is put to good use. Fully funding the electrification of the Bolton to Wigan train line will make a tremendous difference to the rail network for those travelling to work and to see loved ones in my constituency. I therefore commend the government for committing to investing in public infrastructure across the Bolton Borough. Now, I know that parents, teachers and school staff across my constituency have told me time and time again that the current funding for education is simply inadequate. That's why I'm so pleased to see an extra £1 billion for special education needs, the Breakfast Club budget tripled, and a £2.3 billion increase in school core budgets. And I particularly welcome the additional £1.4 billion allocated to rebuild 500 schools, noting that St Bernard's Roman Catholic Primary School in my constituency was found to contain aerated concrete. Madam Deputy Speaker, the party opposite increased taxes to their highest rates for working people in more than 70 years. And so I welcome raising much needed cash for public services by putting up taxes on unearned wealth. But this doesn't mean that this budget is anti-business, not at all. As someone who worked for over a decade in the private sector, I know that a strong business-friendly economy is needed to deliver prosperity for working people and decent public services. This government's making tough choices, but also fair choices, and I commend it to the House.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by putting on record my sheer admiration for a constituent of mine, Clive Smith, who was the chair of the Haemophilia Society and has long fought for compensation following the infected blood scandal. This has been a long and painful journey for many, and I welcome the measures put forward for victims in this budget, building on the measures announced by the previous administration. Madam Deputy Speaker, last night I spoke to a family-run business in my constituency who has been in business for over 2 decades. Now, during the general election in Keighley and Ilkley, the Labour Party knocked on her door and promised that a Labour government would back businesses like her, and she believed them. Like many people across the country, she was reassured time and time again that this so-called government of service would not raise taxes on working people like her. And Madam Deputy Speaker, as a result of last week's budget, my constituent is now facing tax increases of over 130%. A complete hammer blow on a local family business in my constituency that could force her to freeze wages, raise prices and even consider her family business's future, all to the detriment of those same working people that the Labour Party in my constituency promised to represent. Now, this will not only be the reality for her, but many of other constituency businesses right across the country. And the Federation for Small Businesses, the Institute of Directors, the Small Business Beer and Pub Association, the Family Business UK, UK Hospitality, Made UK, the list go on, all made it clear and all gave this warning to businesses that this budget will hit businesses hard. The Independent Office for Budget Responsibility say that 76% of costs incurred by the raise in employers' national insurance will be passed on to workers. And the Joseph Rowntree Foundation estimated that the average family business would be £770 worse off. And yet we have Cabinet members constantly saying that everything is OK.
Serena Brackenridge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like my honourable friends here, during the election campaign, my team and I knocked on tens of thousands of doors, speaking to people struggling with the cost of living, local residents genuinely worried about the future, affording rent, mortgage costs and seeing a path forward for their children, especially those with special educational needs and disabilities. We listened and promised change. And what a change that budget was on Wednesday. A budget that was fair and responsible. A budget that fixes the foundations, stabilises our economy and paves the way to deliver our manifesto. A budget with a clear route of protecting working people, including those 8,700 employees living in Wolverhampton North East who were paid at or below the national minimum wage. Today, over 33% of children in my constituency live in poverty. This budget triples spending for breakfast clubs so children can start the day fit to learn. £500 million investment in council housing will start to address the housing crisis, which is critical for nearly 8,000 residents on the City of Wolverhampton Council's bidding list, where only 260 properties per month become available. Additionally, the state pension will rise by £470 for many of our 17,000 pensioners. Thanks to the triple lock, pensioners will be better off. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am proud to support a budget which puts workers and their families firmly first. With no increase on taxes in workers' payslips, this is a government that will deliver real change and fulfil our manifesto promise to rebuild our country.
Sarah Dyke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a budget of inequality. It seems that the Chancellor decided to effectively deliver 2 budgets, one for people in cities and another for rural communities like Glastonbury and Somerton. Somerset is home to more farmers and food producers than anywhere else in the country, so the government's choice to swap the agricultural property relief for the family farm tax will be disastrous for people living in Glastonbury and Somerton and for our rural economy. This announcement has left many farmers in Glastonbury and
in Somerton reeling about the future viability of their family farms. Imagine what it must feel like to potentially be one of the last one that closes the farm gate for the very last time after generations of putting investment, innovation, love, blood, sweat and tears into your business. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know how this feels because my brother is in exactly this position, and I have listened to my farming friends and neighbours who are desperately anxious that this could be the final nail in the coffin for their cherished businesses. The party opposite is not the natural party of farmers, and I fear that their misunderstanding of agricultural communities has now been reflected in their policies. APR plays a significant role in the economic viability and continuity of family farms. It existed to provide confidence to families that rely on their farm as their main income source, and that the next generation continue to provide for both their families and the nation. Some farmers who are nearing retirement, if they have the time, the money or the foresight, may be able to swallow some of the government's new family farm tax with careful succession family. And I say some farmers, Madam Deputy Speaker, because many don't and won't make it to retirement, and it's their families that I'm most worried about. Agriculture is the most dangerous industry in Britain, and farmers are 21 times more likely to have fatal accidents than those that are working in any other industry.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a budget of aspiration, because unlike for the last 14 years, it aligns itself with the aspirations of ordinary working people. If you are a Hartlepool constituent hoping to live in a community that is safe, secure and thriving, then the £20 million regeneration programme contained in this budget meets your aspirations. If you're one of the 4,000 Hartlepool residents living on the minimum wage, desperately in need of a pay rise, then this budget meets your aspirations. If you're one of the thousands of carers whose aspiration is to be able to care for your loved one and still make ends meet, then this budget meets your aspirations. If you're a parent or a pupil or a teacher at St Helens School, specifically name-checked by the Chancellor in her speech, who aspires to have a building that's not crumbling around you, then this budget meets your aspirations. If you're a small business, the lifeblood of Hartlepool's economy, then the doubling of the employment allowance meets your aspirations. And if you're a working family trying to get by, then this budget, with its expansion of free breakfast clubs, the extension of the household support fund and the freezing of fuel duty, meets your aspirations. We are in the service of working people on this side of the House. This budget lines itself up with those working people, with their aspirations in Hartlepool and across this country, and I commend it to the House.
Harriet Cross.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If I had time, I'd focus on things like the increase in whisky duty, the impact on our farmers, and of course on small businesses. But for time, I'll focus on the oil and gas sector, so crucial to North East of Scotland and my Gordon and Buchan constituency. As expected, the oil and gas sector was a target for tax in this budget. And while I do welcome that the first year allowances were retained, there are other measures that were announced and well trailed but will severely damage the energy sector. Whether this is increasing the energy profit by 3%, which will lead to a 78% tax rate on our oil and gas businesses, extending the windfall tax to 2030 or removing investment allowances. Each of these will compound the investment difficulties being faced by the sector and will impact investment and future jobs. The changes to the windfall tax and allowances will see the Treasury receive 83% of cash flow from oil and gas, with companies taking home just 17%. That's the highest share of any government compared to other comparable offshore mature basins globally. The punitive taxation on our oil and gas sector puts current real jobs and career opportunities in the North East of Scotland at risk. Working people, who are the same people with the skills and expertise that we need for our energy transition, are not being protected by this budget. The windfall tax and the removal of the investment allowances also hits homegrown UK-based companies the hardest.
the ones that have emerged and grown in North East Scotland, the ones that usually have an almost exclusively UK-based workforce. All their profits are subject to the windfall tax because their investments are all in the North Sea. This is unlike multinationals who can buffer the worst impacts of the windfall taxes with their overseas investments. So these changes are mostly hurting our homegrown businesses, which we all should want to protect the most. Thank you.
Absana Begum.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the budget has delivered a long overdue increase in the living wage, welcome measures to tackle tax avoidance and money for public services, but the reality is that there are widespread fears that the investment is not on the scale that is needed, and this is before considering the further 2% cuts on departments now being imposed. We need a complete reset, and introducing a wealth tax could have been one way of beginning to deliver. I've already had lots of representations from constituents raising concerns about social security, today's topic. About, for example, the choice to cut social security in real terms, given that the uplift does not match the forecasted inflation, or to continue the Conservatives' freeze on personal tax allowance to 2028, or the reintroduction of the freeze on local housing allowance. The sad reality is that millions will still be left not being able to cover essentials. And in East London, we know this very well, where we have some of the highest rates of child poverty in the entire country. Where last year in my borough, the Safer Neighbourhood team found that the most shoplifted item was Calpol. It's an utterly devastating statistic, reflecting the heartbreaking devastation. And in this light, I do want to ask for the government to have a rethink on the measures to scrap the immunity for low-value shoplifting. The budget was an opportunity to deliver the change that is so needed, but disappointingly, punitive measures such as the 2-child limit, the benefit cap and the sanctions regime remain. And in the short time that I do have remaining, I do want to say something about disability benefits. When it comes to disability benefits, the commitment to delivering the previously planned savings is more than alarming. Because the truth is that the way in which disabled people have been treated by the DWP since 2010 will go down in history as a terrible and inexcusable crime. There is extensive evidence about the serious harm caused to people subjected to dehumanising assessments and sanctions, including reports of deaths directly related to the social security regime. We know that we need a long-term overhaul of the social security system in this country. It's not fit for purpose, and I do urge the government to really look at this in detail going forward. Thank you.
Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Saving the best till last, as Cheltenham is always. Because I'm a Liberal of generous spirit, I'm going to start by thanking ministers. I thank them for listening to the many appeals I've made since my election, that they study the case study for investment in Cheltenham's cybersecurity industry. After a lot of talk and being led a merry dance by the last government, we finally have some guaranteed funding of £20 million for the Golden Valley development, and my wholehearted thanks go to ministers. On a broader point about cybersecurity, I look forward to hearing more about the future cyber resilience funding in due course, because ministers know the growth in our economy will stick much more easily if it is underpinned by cybersecurity. Alongside being a cybersecurity hub, my constituency also benefits from a thriving hospitality industry. Sadly, and this isn't such good news for ministers, many of those businesses are now fearing the impact of changes to national insurance. They fear becoming a vessel for money to make its way from customers to the exchequer with little left over to pay their own wages. The £22 billion of investment for the NHS is to be welcomed, and in Cheltenham I hope this will ensure the reopening of our birth unit and reduction of A&E waiting times at Cheltenham General and Gloucestershire Royal. The care sector has been in touch with me over the weekend. Local authority fees, they tell me, are expected to rise by less than 5%. That's below the minimum wage increase, and that's before national insurance rises are accounted for. One chief exec told me that providers will close down and reduce residential and nursing capacity at a time when we need to do exactly the opposite. There are also concerns from the primary care sector. I heard this weekend from Dr Bob Hodges, the chair of Gloucestershire Local Medical Committee. He said the most likely result of budget changes to national insurance is that the money to fund increased national insurance costs is likely to come, and again I quote, straight out of the pot from which GPs are paid. Dr Hodges told me that this risks burning goodwill with knock-on impacts on morale and working practices. He fears that over time this will reduce the number of working GPs. So I started with a thanks, and I end by urging ministers to reconsider some of those points. Thank you.
Shadow Minister Mims Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a privilege to close this debate on behalf of His Majesty's loyal opposition. And this debate today has been about protecting working people. And frankly, some of the responses, considering that many members opposite have simply again forgotten to mention the pandemic and the war on our continent, that I have to meet some of this with somewhat incredulity. This is a budget purely of broken promises, showing this new government has transparently absolutely left its integrity in tatters. And as my honourable friend from Keighley and Ilkley said, that many people feel that they have been purely hoodwinked by Labour. And people do not forget. You can see what breaking promises does. It decimated the Lib Dems some time back. Unfortunately, like ragworts, they are back with a bang, and the comeback kids. But the reality is people do not forget. Let me just turn to some of the comments made in the Chamber today. The Secretary of State for the Department of Work and Pensions spoke about new support for carers, and I think we all very much welcome that. But may I ask the benches opposite, where is the update to the Disability Action Plan? If the right honourable gentleman opposite was still here, he would be asking the same thing to me, and more about the disability strategy updates would be very, very welcome. May I congratulate those who've made their maiden speeches today. The new member for Huddersfield spoke about the importance of young people and the importance of the upgrades to connectivity, which I think many of us with rural constituencies would agree with. The new member for North Somerset spoke about the impact on pharmacies, the fact that the constituency was previous in Ireland, but something that I noticed said that they have the greatest national trust site. Absolutely not, with Standon, Nymans and Sheffield Park in my own constituency. And also, may I congratulate Croeso to the new member for Wrexham, talking about the very famous football club and the work that his predecessor, Sarah Atherton, did on veterans, which I think was very much worthy and praiseworthy. Other members across the House, so much was said today. My right honourable friend from Salisbury, talking about his freedom, but also talked about the concern about the sugar rush in terms of what is contained in this budget. Others across the House spoke about so much more. My honourable friend from Brigg and Immingham talked about the importance of the fishing industry and the renewable energy sector, and what was the reality in terms of protecting working people. My honourable friend, the member from Mid-Leicestershire, talked about the concern on taxing education, that this budget is bad for SMEs and that it is about the politics of envy. And so much more was said across the chamber. It seems that members opposite don't like it described as a socialist budget, which I find concerning, as the Prime Minister has confessed he is a socialist. So this is rather an odd rejection. But the Honourable Lady opposite from Paisley and Renfrewshire South made a very loyal speech and rightly welcomed you money for Scotland and talked about redistribution and championed this. But if you do tax your way to diminish growth, there is nothing to share or invest. So I wonder if we want to all be reminded of this. And my honourable friend from West Suffolk said that there is no mandate for this budget. It is wasteful money on the energy sector, fiddling the accounting figures and heading into dangerous territory. So I feel I have given some responses to what we've heard across the chamber. So despite many loyal speeches from members opposite, even the Chancellor herself or the Chief Secretary cannot deny that this is a budget of broken promises and that it is, frankly, as some have described, a work of pure fiction, building on a fully costed shamfesto because there is no chance of actually delivering it. Now, there is wall-to-wall evidence for the Treasury bench in front of me, including from the Institute of Fiscal Studies and the OBR and the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, all agreeing that working people will pay the price of this budget. We've heard Joseph Rowntree Foundation estimating average family will be worse off in real terms by October 2029 by £770. That is frankly nothing to crow about, meaning that wages will be stagnant or indeed reduced, jobs will be lost, pensioners have been betrayed, young people have been left in the lurch, leaving food prices to be up, the energy sector wrecked, as my honourable friend from Gordon and Buchan said. A depressing future for our country, because this frankly does nothing for working people. It's a budget that attacks the countryside, it pits public sector versus the private sector, all leaving interest rates higher for longer. And in fact, the pub group Fillers today reported it warned the business secretary that companies in this sector now face an avalanche of costs. Hospitality is quaking. It is a very concerning budget. And in fact, the Chancellor herself admitted that Labour's job tax, as she has called it herself, will have an impact on wage growth. And that indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, is backed by the OBR. They conclude that 76% of the total cost will be felt by working people. Real household disposable income will be 1.25% lower by 2029. And disgracefully, this will affect part-time workers. 6 million of them are women. Look at the childcare sector in particular, Madam Deputy Speaker, a sector vital for women, giving employment, but crucially enabling women to go back out to work. Some nurseries saying costs will be rising by up to £60,000 for their businesses, adding up to 10% to every childcare bill sent out. In my own constituency, Faversham House in East Grinstead, the Prime Service Group, when I met with them on Friday, these people with heads in their hands, family businesses, have been in touch in their droves. I wonder if members opposite have ever opened their emails or indeed gone back to talk to people in their high street. This is affecting key sectors and, crucially, business confidence. So, as we head into the next few days of this budget debate, I may ask the members opposite. We have seen from Dr O'Brien, the Social Security Advisory Committee has set out his concerns of the impact of the changes to the winter fuel payments, not least the processing of pension credit claims. The questions remain and are still unanswered by the Secretary of State to this House. Welfare reform has been left open-ended. It creates uncertainty for millions of claimants who are waiting to hear an update both on the Buckland Review, on autistic employment, and the Lilac Review in terms of SMEs and supporting entrepreneurship in the disabled sector and those with health conditions. This is a budget that takes us back to the 70s. It is, however, very uncertain that the reality is that we'll all be paying the price for Labour's 1970s budget. They've claimed that they have taken the difficult decisions. No, they have not. They have left those decisions to their own constituents, those who are working out staff redundancies, business impact, and working out whether they can hang on or take on new staff members. Despite the very loyal speeches, this is not a budget of protecting working people. It's a desperately sad, destabilising set of budget resolutions, record spending, record debt, record tax burden, all for very little growth. And I urge the government to listen, think again, listen to all of their and our constituents.
Minister Emma Reynolds.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm proud that last week we saw the first Labour budget in almost 15 years delivered for the first time by a woman, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor. And this was recognised by honourable friends for Monmouthshire, Basingstoke and Paisley and Renfrewshire South, and indeed members across the House, including the Honourable Gentleman for South West Hertfordshire and the Honourable Lady for South Devon. This is a budget for jobs, opportunities, investment and economic growth that drives down poverty and protects the payslips of working people. A budget which invests in skills, in our economic foundation, and which delivers the change that we promised during the election. And, crucially, a budget that restores economic stability and begins the vital work needed to rebuild our public services, left on in a state of ruin by the party opposite. The NHS, schools, roads, affordable housing. That's the difference a Labour government makes. Madam Deputy Speaker, this was a very lively debate with many contributions across the House, and I want to congratulate all honourable members, even if I didn't agree with all the contributions, for keeping to very strict time limits of 2 or 3 minutes. I want to particularly welcome my three honourable friends who gave excellent maiden speeches. My honourable friend for Huddersfield, who spoke movingly and proudly about her late mum's role as a care worker and proudly spoke of the industrial and sporting heritage of her constituency. My honourable friend for North Somerset, who proudly spoke of his constituency being home to the first mass production of penicillin, and I think his experience as a pharmacist will be very valuable to this House. My honourable friend for Wrexham, who explained that Wrexham Association Football Club is the 3rd oldest in the world. That was news to me, so glad to hear about that. And also that his constituency is home to the world's oldest lager brewery and home to thriving breweries and major manufacturing companies currently. So I'd like to thank my honourable friends for those maiden speeches. Many honourable friends, members across the House welcome the government's allocation of funding to 2 vital compensation schemes for the contaminated blood scandal and the Horizon Post Office scandal, something that the last government talked about but didn't allocate any money for. I know that there are many honourable and right honourable members who are concerned about the changes to the agricultural property relief. So I wanted to say something about these changes and answer in particular the honourable member for Mid Buckinghamshire, one of my neighbours. So a couple who jointly own a farm will be able to pass on land and property valued up to £3 million to a child or a grandchild tax-free. That is made up of £1 million where they combine their standard £500,000 tax-free allowance, and then on top of that an additional £1 million each tax-free allowance for agricultural property inheritance. I hope that gives some comfort to honourable members across the House. Madam Deputy Speaker, at least the former Chancellor but one, Kwasi Kwarteng, is honest about the track record of the previous government when he said last week that we Tories, I quote, have to be honest, the Chancellor is dealing with our mess. This is a once-in-a-generation budget which turns the page on Tory austerity and economic chaos, in addition to the £20 billion black hole in our public finance, with the last government spending Treasury reserves 3 times over. There was also a record number of people relying on food banks, 700,000 more children growing up poor, and the biggest increase in the UK in economic inactivity for 40 years. Millions waiting on NHS waiting lists, crumbling schools and prisons overflowing. We are determined to fix these problems. And many honourable friends mentioned the increase to the national living wage that we have introduced by 6.7% to £12.21 an hour, a pay rise for 3.5 million people across the country. We are also moving towards a single national minimum wage for all eligible adults, starting with the biggest ever increase to the rate of pay for 18 to 20-year-olds, which will help nearly 200,000 young people. This is the difference a Labour government will make. Alongside our youth guarantee, which will help young people fulfil their potential and follow their dreams. I will give way.
Extremely grateful to Lauren for giving way. She hasn't much time. So she knows, as an economist, that it's not what you spend, it's what you get for it. It's value for money that counts. So what specifically is she doing about productivity? which is, as she knows, a perennial problem in many countries, including our own.
I thank the Honourable Gentle for that question. Well, firstly, I'd say we want to escape the doom loop of low growth and low productivity, which we inherited from the party opposite. And each department will have to meet a 2% productivity challenge. That's not a cut to departmental spending, but it's a demand from the Treasury to ensure that there's better productivity across the civil service. Madam Deputy Speaker, our Get Britain Working White Paper, which we will announce in the coming weeks, will set out reforms to our job centres and will empower local leaders to tackle economic inactivity in their towns and cities. This is backed by £240 million of new funding for 16 trailblazer projects. And because we recognise that many working people face extra barriers to taking up work or increasing their hours, the Chancellor announced the biggest ever rise in the earning limits for carers' allowance to help carers balance work and caring responsibilities. That's a difference that a Labour government makes. We will also tackle poverty and help those most in need, which is why this budget extends the Household Support Fund in England and discretionary housing payments in England and Wales. And after conversations with the Trussell Trust, Joseph Randry Foundation and amongst many others, we are introducing our new fair repayment rate, which will reduce the cap on deductions from universal credit from 25% to 15% of the standard allowance. This will help 700,000 of the poorest households with children. And because people who have worked hard and saved all their lives deserve security and dignity, we are maintaining the triple lock, which will see state pension rises of around £1,700 over the course of this Parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the first Labour budget in almost 15 years. We shun the choices of the last Labour government. They chose low growth, low productivity and decline in our public services. We choose investment and growth, restoring economic stability, fixing the foundations, rebuilding the NHS and our other public services, pushing forward with a decade of national renewal, recruiting more teachers, bringing down NHS waiting times, building more affordable homes, and yes, filling more potholes. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a budget that makes a choice about rebuilding our public services, rebuilding Britain, investing in vital infrastructure. This is a budget that invests in the future of our country, and I commend this budget to the House.
I beg to move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Date to be resumed what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.